Yes, I'm sure a lot of our fans here in Sydney and even around the Western League on a whole, it is quite disappointing not to see him in operation during this tournament. Had a word with the manager earlier, and he mentioned he's nursing an injury, a finger injury. So just kind of precautionary for that he could just rest him during this tournament. As I mentioned, it will be a big loss here for viewers in Sydney and around the Caribbean on a whole. It's actually a good one, folks. Which is good to see. Moons ago, buddy.
Get you! Ready,
Yes, due to some problems they had here, we had to reposition seating in order to continue this game. So we sincerely apologize for that 2 or 3 minute break in transmission, so to speak. The total is 6 for the loss of 1. Dominica batting as we continue televising of this game. Dominica versus Vincentian. 6 for 1. Dominica having won the toss and batted. And during that break that we had, easy that should have been taken, spilled. Pascal got a chance, and he's there to continue the fight with Dominica. But we saw Pascal here with the West Indies under 19 tournament. He looks a pretty good player at the under 19 level. We're not too sure what will happen as he come up to the senior level. As Martin from the airport in this one back looking to play it, seemed to have misjudged it, and no addition to the total. 6 for 1, 7 for the loss, 6 for the loss, 6 for 1. Dominica having relocated, we had to rearrange everything here. So my apologies again for that break due to problems which we have had no control over. Martin from the northern end in. Outside the off stump, that one kept down low. On a good line, on a good length, outside the stumps. Had he been in the stumps, he would have been in a lot of problems. It really kept low, and certainly would create some doubts in Theophile mind. There was one bounce a while ago, the previous delivery bounce, and this one kept low. So very early in the piece, we are seeing some variable bounce on this surface here at the Sion Hill playing field. Martin, right arm fast medium from the northern flow end in. This one on the leg stump, but he takes it away quite nice in the onside one. They're rushing for a second one, but good common sense prevail. A good return in, and they remain on 1. So it's now 7 for the loss of 1 after, that's the third over. The third over, wasn't it?
Yes, another good over there from Darius Martin. Very penetrative in his approach. We've seen the inconsistent nature to some extent of the Sion Hill wicket here, and we mentioned earlier that it's up to the batters here to get used to the conditions and assess what score is actually a good score on this type of wicket. You mentioned Stefan Pascal. We have seen quite a bit of him in the last 2 under-19 tournaments held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so he should have some idea as to what the Sion Hill wicket is offering, and hopefully he'll be able to get his team off to a very good start here this morning.
Dean Brown from the southern Annesville main playing field as the end. Outside the off stump, driving taking the outside portion of the bat and running very, very close to the boundary. Sweeper position, and he gets 2 runs, 9 for the loss of 1. Certainly a foul shot there.
Yes, looking to hit that ball a bit too hard there, Pascal. Still needs to get used to the pace and the bounce on this wicket. Dean Brown just getting the ball to shape away a bit from the right-handed batters. We saw in the previous over a catch being put down there at second slip by Denver. So Pascal definitely need to be very selective here in his approach.
Dean Brown from the southern end. In. This one's, he's bold. This one kept very low indeed. I said once these balls are on the stumps, batsmen will have problems. That one kept very low on a good line, good length, and hitting the timber, so to speak. And Dominica have lost their second wicket and in a bit of problem here now. And it's difficult to fault Pascal for that, to be very honest with you. He really kept on it.
Yes, it kept a bit low. It also had a bit of movement on it as well. We're looking back at the replay there. Just shaped away from the right-handed batter. We were just mentioning that in the previous over, he managed to get the outside edge of Pascal's bat, and a couple of the other deliveries went past his outside edge. On this occasion, the perfect line really, the perfect length as well. Keeping a bit low, but I think he was more defeated by the swing of that delivery, taking the off stump. So a very good dismissal there for Dean Brown. He has been impressive so far in tandem with Darius Martin.
Yes, and if this is a sign of things to come, we're not too sure what is a good score, to be honest with you, because there's no ifs and there's no buts about it. The balls are definitely is up and down kind of situation here. Dominica now 9 for 2, very early trouble here. And
we're going to tell you the truth, in terms of this Sion Hill wicket here, it's not going to be a 300 type of wicket. It's not a 300 type total on these type of wickets. What Dominica needs to do now is reassess in terms of what exactly is a good score, and as you mentioned earlier, batting all of their overs. I think that will be important for them in terms of maximizing the total that they can make here this morning, having won the toss and elected to bat first.
How does one cope batting in these type of services? We're definitely seeing inconsistent bunks, variable bunks, up and down, both end of the strip. How does one cope with it mentally?
Well, that's the thing. You have to be strong mentally on these type of wickets. You'll always get a delivery moving past the outside edge, one keeping low, but you have to just focus on the next delivery. That's the most important one. As we see in the new batsman being Gian Benjamin, a diminutive type of player, left-handed batter as well.
Brown in, Benjamin driving nicely. Half stop there by Dean Brown. A good stop, as a matter of fact. Drove it sweetly. He stayed out of his crease and drove it nicely, but Brown half stopped it and prevented any thoughts of looking for a single. But certainly, Brown seems to be hitting the right areas consistently here, bowling from the southern end, creating that early problems for the Dominican batters.
Yes, he doesn't have the wall of pace, but what he does have is that he's very good in terms of his control, his lines and length, as we have seen so far this morning.
Outside the off stump and driven beautifully through the offside. It will get close to the boundary. Would it get there? No, they're going to have one. They're going to take a second, and he's off the mark with a very nice push, I would say, through the offside, all along the ground. A nice shot indeed there by Benjamin. He's off the mark with 2. It's 11 for 2. Dominica having won the toss and inserted the bat here at the Sion Hill playing field. Certainly a pleasant shot to the eyes.
Yes, a good confident start so far from Benjamin. Both deliveries hit in the middle of his bat, which is always good, having no start in your innings. So he'll be looking to just focus here and hopefully put up a big total for his team.
Dean Brown from the southern end. This one on his body, and he just tickles it away out on the onside, and he was found wanting there. It's a leg by. I thought it struck the inner portion of the bat, but it struck the thigh pad. A leg by ensues. 10 for the loss of 2, but certainly he's found wanting, and the return came in. And when he looked around, the ball was already, and luckily he didn't strike the stump, because they were. Umpire Williams will have to adjudicate as to what probably had happened, because certainly they need to be more careful when you're running between the wickets. Get into your crease as quickly as possible.
It's a bit casual there from Benjamin.
Very casual. Now Theophile faces Brown. This one on the leg stump, and he tickles it out, pushes this one out on the onside end of another over. We see the players are moving around. The umpires are not going to their position. Apparently there's another delivery to come. Is it? I was wondering what is happening, because we saw both umpires stand in their positions. The players moving is now belatedly they are moving.
That's the end of a successful over for Dean Brown, getting the wicket of Stefan Pascal in that over with a beautiful delivery. Dominica 12 for 2, sorry, after 4 overs. Remember earlier this morning they won the toss and elected to bat first. So not the best start for them so far, but they'll be hoping for a partnership here between these two.
Darius Martin in his 3rd over, coming from the northern end. And certainly Jan Benjamin has played quite a lot of youth cricket in this country. Distinctly remember him over at Danisville 1 and 2, playing under 15 and under 19 for Dominica. So he should have a faint idea as to exactly what's what. Martin in on around the off stump, and right on top of it, defended it quite nicely, and there is no run. 12 for the loss of to Dominica, and I think he also played here at Sion in the youth tournament. If my memory serves me right, he also played at Park Hill. Yes, it's little Benjamin. So too Alec Athanasis, he played here already in youth tournament. You know, so these guys moving around the Windward Islands in these tournaments have an idea of the state of pitches. In, Martin goes outside the off stump. He played that last one, cleanly taken by wicketkeeper, and there is no runs. So certainly it's a question whereby there's a need for batsmen in the Windward Islands to settle down. 50 overs is 300 balls. You need to settle and bat as long as possible.
Definitely, and it's never going to be easy against the new ball. The new white ball tends to always do something, so it's just a matter of getting used to the conditions, as you mentioned before. Darius Martin here in the middle of a very good spell, getting the ball to lift off the wicket, a bit of pace as well.
In he comes. This one on the off stump and defended well by Benjamin. So he had enough time to get on the back foot and defended it. The pitch is slow, variable bounce, so it's a question of testing your mettle mentally to sit there and bat. I still believe 200 is a more than a reasonable total on this pitch.
Yes, we have seen a lot of teams coming here at the Sion Hill playing field and maybe misreading the wicket really. We saw that recently in the Under-19 tournament where a string of low scores were accumulated. So as you mentioned, 200 maybe is a par total on this type of wicket.
Outside the off stump and driven.
I think he's dropped.
And dropped. Outside the off stump, driving with a lot of bottom hand in and out of that player.
Appears to be Demba.
Seems to be Demba, the second one he may have put down for the day. In and out, and I see the players trying to console him. But a drop catch is a drop catch.
Definitely not what you would expect from Kenneth Demba. He's one of the most experienced players in this outfit. Also Windward Islands player as well. That one was pretty straightforward.
Should have taken it.
Definitely. So Benjamin being given a life earlier on in his innings here.
Now we're going to see a repeat of what transpired in the previous over, where Pascal got a life and then he was bowled in the same over. Let's see what happens, how things pans out. How does Benjamin react to that drop catch? Outside the off stump, and he rode this one beautifully down to third man, right in on top of it, the bunks, and guided it straight down to third man for a single. And he goes up to 3. It's now what, 13 for the loss of 2 into over number 5. And the going is pretty tough here as far as the Dominican batters are concerned, against some consistent line and length bowling here from the Vincentian opening, Pierre, Martin and Brown.
Very much so. Mentioned Martin, just getting the ball to lift a bit off the wicket. He's a strong man, a tall man as well. So he should be able to extract a little bit more bounce from this surface.
This one outside the off stump, lifted again. seem to have fallen short of the play field at Gully. So Theophile gets a single. It's now 14 for the loss of 2. But certainly the Vincentian fielders have to do much better than what they're doing.
Yes, 2 runs coming from that Martin's over. Also a drop catching that over as well. So he'll think that he has been a bit unlucky so far. Kenneth Demba putting down a regulation chance really in the covers. But it's a very good start from the Vincentian pair of Dean Brown and Darius Martin. Dominica having won the toss, 5 overs completed, 14 for 2. So they've lost a couple of early wickets here, and the scoring rate is nothing to really write home about as yet. But it's, as you mentioned in the last over gone, is a matter of batting and batting as long as possible.
Brown in outside the off stump, and he pushes it on the front foot out to mid-off, and there is no run. But certainly this pitch here that we are seeing, it will test the mettle of the Dominican batters. I still believe it's a good decision to bat first. What say you?
Well, at the Sion playing field at 9:30 start as well. It's always going to do something, so it's important for your openers to give you a good start. They haven't had that in this particular situation.
Outside the off stump, driven out to cover, and there is no run.
But as you mentioned, it's a dry wicket. The sun is out in all its glory. So they'll be hoping to put a score on the board and put some pressure on the Vincentian batsmen later on in the innings. It will be interesting to see how much spin is being offered as well on this particular wicket.
Yes, I look forward to that as well in terms of spin, but at the same time, the 2 bowlers are bowling so well. I don't expect them to remove, at least for the time being. Brown in, this one driven beautifully on the onside. They're going to get runs here. 1, they come for a second. The return comes in, this one on the legs there of Theophile, and he forces it to wideish mid on, close to the rope, and he collects 2. He goes up now to, I think he's about 6, and it's now 16 for 2. 16 for 2, Dominica having won the toss and decided to bat here at the Sion Hill playing field. As you're viewing Windward Islands cricket from the Sion Hill playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Brown in on his legs, and he clips this one away down to a long leg, and he gets another single, sends the Dominica total up to 17 for the loss of 2 into over number 6. Run rate just there about 3, just under 3, but in this situation I think it's pretty good. Nice slow start, but good enough. The important thing for Dominica here is not to lose wickets, any more wickets I should say.
Yes, so definitely we need a partnership here between these two. And
experienced people, in Theophile, who's been around for a number of years, as Brown in outside the offside, cut away quite nicely. He's going to square on the offside. Just one, and the return comes in. So he's now 17 for the loss of 2, 17 for 2 into over number 6. I said it's very important that they stay there and bat as long as possible. This experienced pair in Benjamin and Theophile, who's been around for a long time, I am, in my own estimation, believing that the Dominican management will be hoping that he stays there for as long as humanly possible. Maybe bat the full 50, who knows? And try and put a big total against his name and for the team's total as well. There's been a field placing change now. There's a slip. I'll get into that in a while. Brown into Theophile. This one on his leg stump, and this one skirted away on the onside. 1, they're going for 2. Well, they changed their mind quite nicely. But I thought the player there, who is that?
It's Dylan Douglas, number 49, sporting his back.
In getting to that shot that was played, he was just jogging rather than going to the ball, and they thought of going for a second round, but they changed their mind when he speeded up. At the end of over number 6 is now 18 for the loss of 2, as the Benjamin and Theophile doing a rebuilding process.
It's actually 19 for 2.
For the loss of 2. As they're doing a rebuilding process, they haven't lost 2 quick wickets in Malachi Xavier and Stephen Pascal.
Yes, 5 runs coming from that last over. They were able to rotate the strike as well in that over, which is good to see.
Which is good, the right-hand, left-hand combination. Martin in a good spell from the northern end. in. Outside the off stump, and he guided that one down to gully, and there is no run. He was right on top of it, no danger, right on top of it, and guided it out to gully, and there is no run. To our viewers who have just joined us, Dominica versus St. Vincent and Grenadines, the Windward Island Senior Cricket Tournament here at Sion Hill Playing Field in beautiful St. Vincent and Grenadines. Glorious, glorious weather as the whole Caribbean has been experiencing. Morning, as we see Martin, the tall policeman, I think he is, in a wide outside the off stump, and not signaled by Butler. Maybe not wide enough to be called a while, but it had some pace in it. But I remember Osnet as a younger individual, Darius Martin. He created a lot of pressure with his pace playing at schools cricket level. I'll tell you, he really bowled quickly at the schools level. I
think we are seeing some evidence of the pace that he's able to exert on this wicket in the last couple of deliveries. Just getting the ball, as I mentioned before, to lift off of a good length. So that's definitely good signs for him and for the Vincentian team.
In. This one is striking him on the pad. I think that one is too high, as ruled by Butler. So to us from this position, definitely seemed too high. As I was saying, he also played 10-10 cricket at Arnoldville on our VPL. And I remember he bowled at a lot of pace, and he was called up to play for a team in Barbados, having the Bajans having viewed the pace of the young man. The Barbados, love fast bowling, and he actually spent a period of time up there playing for one of the teams in the Barbados League. Martin in, outside the off stump again, guides this one right on top of it, no danger, guides this out to short cover point, and he gets a single. It's 20 for the loss of 2. But as time has worn on, he has lost some pace. He was much quicker. He's lost some pace, and he's still there about knowing more than a thing or two about fast bowling. But I tell you, at school level, young, strong, full of energy, he was really firing away. As you never, I don't think you have ever faced him. You're still too young.
Yes, Gotti.
As Martin in, outside the off stump, and guided out on the offside, and there is no run. But years ago, St. Vincent and Grenadines produced a number of fast bowlers. I can go through the list. It's like a machine that was churning out fast bowler after fast bowler after bowler. Casper Davis, McNeil Morgan, Winston Davis, Cameron Coffey. We can go down the list. There's a lot. But those are the days we're not seeing that type of fast bowling machine continuing. Maybe the sheen has broken down. Martin in, outside the off stump, and brilliantly stopped there. Outside the off stump, lifted, he got on top of it and swatted it to short square, was fielded brilliantly, and the total remains 20 for the loss of 2 after 7 overs. Dominica batting.
Yes, another over completed there from Darius Martin. 1 run coming from it. So he continues to be economical, maybe just bowling a tad too short. Would like to see him bowl a reasonable fuller length, get the batters more on the front foot. What we have seen so far is that type of length has caused a lot of problems for the Dominican top order. But so far he has been economical in his bowling spell. Dominica just going along steadily, just under 3 runs per over. Not the greatest of starts in terms of the scoring rate or the loss of wickets, but they're definitely looking to consolidate at this point in time.
Definitely, you can see the consolidation between as I said, the experienced pair in Theophile and Benjamin. Both of them have played a lot of cricket here in St. Vincent. I believe they also played at Sion Hill. As Brong continuing from the southern end, this one on the leg stump, tickle away, they're going for a sharp single, and they make it quite comfortable in the end. It's good running, stopped it, checked it, and Benjamin called him and he responded. Good single.
Yes, good cricket, good sensible cricket there by the Dominican pair. Just playing this one off his hips really into the square leg region. Dylan Douglas there, normally very good in the field, was not able to prevent that single. So good rotation of strike, and brings the left-handed Benjamin in strike.
Unfortunately, the days of yore ran through my mind this morning coming to the ground. The days of yore, I'll let you know, still a little boy, so you want in existence. In goes Brown. Outside the off stump and he naughty shot. Looking to play a high risk shot. Mistaken cleanly by the keeper and there's no run. Certainly something the doctor didn't order. The state of affairs of Dominica's batting.
Yes, Benjamin has been very compact so far, but we have seen as well he's a positive player. He's willing to play his shots as well, but he just need to be a bit more selective in his approach.
Brown from the southern end to bowl to Benjamin outside the off stump and full face of the bat, showing him the maker's face out to mid-off, and there is no one. As I said before last night, been a little boy kid those days. That the Windward Islands tournament being played at the Victoria Park. I am not too sure if you heard about it. I'm not sure. I'll get back to that in a little while. As Brown from the southern end outside the off stump, cut away quite nicely. This one will go close to the boundary. Does it have enough to reach the rope? It does. Short of a length, too much room, a lot of width, and he picked up on it and slapped it to the boundary, deep cover boundary for 4. A fine shot indeed there by Benjamin, as the total goes up to 25 now for the loss of 2. Certainly a shot of confidence.
Yes, he's definitely exerted a lot of confidence since coming to the wicket. He attempted that stroke a couple of deliveries ago, missed it completely, but on this occasion this one was a bit shorter, gave a bit more room outside the off stump, and Benjamin was able to free his arms and get his first boundary. It's a rather sluggish outfield. It's not the quickest here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but had enough on it to get it to the boundary on that occasion.
This one outside the off stump, looking to repeat the shot, but it was too wide. Good judgment prevailed. He allowed this one to go by to the keeper, and there's an addition to the total, goes up now to 26 for the loss of 2. Dominica batting here against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Windward Island Senior Tournament. In those days, the tournament was played on matin pitches at Victoria
Park. Okay.
As Brown in, Benjamin forward in the approved fashion, full face of the bat, and there is no run. 26 for the loss of 2, but certainly tremendous crowds turned up at Victoria Park. I can tell you that, tremendous crowds. One of the characters that Vincentian must remember, and I believe even the Dominicans will remember, there's a little fella about 4 feet high by the name of Dory. I'll get back to that in a little while. This one, definitely beat him at that one. Good line, good length, through to the keeper. He played at it, missed, and the total remains on 27 for the loss of 2. 26 for the loss of 2 after 8 overs, going at just over 3 and over.
Yes, 6 runs coming from that Dean Brown over, so we are seeing a bit of momentum really, although we can call it steady momentum coming into the Dominicans' innings. Having lost those 2 early wickets, we have seen a little bit of a partnership being built here between Theophile and Gian Benjamin. Gian Benjamin may be the more aggressive of the two, and definitely something for the Vincentian captain to think about in terms of his next move really, in terms of the bowling attack, as we are seeing spin being introduced all in the piece here in the form of Rashid Frederick.
Yes, he has a nickname. Cat, I think.
It's Cat, yes, Cat, definitely.
But he has been introduced left arm from the northern end. It's 26 for 2. He's in the first change, and we'll get to the figures there of Martin in a while. Get close to the scorers. Was also saying to this guy by the name of Dory had a jackfish, as you know, I believe you know, a breadfruit. And that was the symbol. And he also said, bring the rope like we hang Dominica. No. It's flighted delivery there from Frederick and driven out to long on. And he gets a single, total up to 27 for 2. As the left-handed Benjamin comes in. And the good thing about this partnership thus far is that they're rotating the strike. So the bowler have to be moved, switching from off to leg to off. Good sign. Good thinking.
Definitely, as Mentioned Rashid Frederick making his debut in this game as well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So well done to the young man.
Congratulations to him as well. The former student of the Georgetown Secondary. Product of United Insurance Secondary School cricket. Frederick left arm over in. Benjamin forward defensive, no run. So you've seen this guy, a short guy, about 4 feet, stick in his hand, breadfruit, and jackfish. And he had this famous song, In Frederick Bowls. Again, outside the off, somebody guided it out to long and saying, again, that's it. Very important. They're taking these singles and went to the right of the man at the third man, and they collect another single. 28 for the loss of 2 as Dominica putting on a reggae action here in Theophile and Benjamin. Frederick in. This one striking on the pad, but certainly coming wrong the wicket, one striking him on the pad, but clearly going to outside leg. Nobody had bothered to appeal. By right, had no right to appeal either, and the total remains 28 for the loss of 2. Frederick, left arm wrong. This one driven out to long on. Another single ensues. 29 now for the loss of 2. And Dominica certainly, these batsmen certainly gradually getting on top of things from the opening boss of Martin and Dean Brown, and gradually climb their way back in. Fredrickson outside the off stump. Was it a chance or was it a half chance? Which one? This one outside the off stump. He pushed at it. I'm not really too sure if it fell just in front of him, but he got 2 runs, and it's now 31 for the loss of 3. 31 for the loss of 2. A very interesting over there from Frederick, and well, the batsman coped with it quite nicely. Yes,
the last delivery, the edge actually going down past Sunil Ambrose there at first slip. What we've seen from Rashid Frederick over the years is that he's not the type of spinner who will give the ball a lot of air. He's a bit quick through the air, but I'm thinking he just need to mix his pace up a bit more. I think he tried that on a couple of occasions in that over. Ended up being full tosses to Theophile. But reasonable start from him. He'll be looking for more as his spell gets deeper. We're also going to see another change here from the old airport end. Appears to be Otney Lewis, another of the debutants in this St. Vincent and the Grenadines team today.
It's the spinning pair from the Georgetown Secondary School, Otney Lewis. Remember him as captain in the Georgetown Secondary School in the United Insurance Tournament. So too Frederick. So we have an all-spin attack, both from the Georgetown Secondary School, right? Your area.
Definitely. So it's good to see 2 of the young men making their way in this team. As this one is out, it's the first delivery. So we were just mentioning that it is debut. And what a better way. There's no better way to start your debut bowling innings by getting the big wicket there of Theophile. He's been there for a while, 11 from 20 deliveries, attempting a sweep shot there, and umpire Williams out of St. Lucia are judging him to be out. So Dominica lose their 3rd wicket. The score is now 31 for the loss of 3.
Yes, ball on the stump, and he was struck. Appeal went up, and the umpire lifted his finger immediately. So the ball clearly from his position, not our position. We are in no position to judge. He lifted his finger. But one of the things I didn't like is the behavior of Theophile. I always say I will maintain it. Once the umpire raises the finger, move away from the field. Because there's a match referee here, and he could easily be charged for showing some sort of form of dissent. Because as you clearly have seen, like the others who are here, he stayed on his haunches for a little while, and then he just looked at the umpire. It's not good. Not in this day and age of cricket that we're looking at on television. But the management need to correct him. When the umpire raises his finger, get out of the way.
Yes, a very important breakthrough there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Having gotten 2 early wickets, that partnership was getting a bit dangerous for them. Partnership between Benjamin and Theophile. As we see the new batsman being Kavim Hodge. Yes, skipper. Number 22, sporting on his back, the captain as well. So he definitely have to play a captain's innings here for his team at the Sion playing field.
bit of a setback here for Dominica having lost that wicket, because Theophile and Benjamin were looking steady, not really playing any big shots all over the place, really rotating the strike quite nicely, and they were looking as if they wanted to steady as long as possible. Unfortunately, I think maybe a lapse on his part looking to play that sweep, missed, and the umpire had no hesitation, lifting his finger. 31 for the loss of 3 Dominica.
This delivery is on a good length. Hodge goes back and plays it up to the bowler. Yes, it's always going to be a risky shot, really, especially having not seen Otney Lewis before. First delivery, trying to sweep that one off the stump. Missed it completely and was adjudged as this one is cut nicely past backward point. Should get close to the boundary. Comes back for 2 runs. As we mentioned, the outfield is not the quickest here at the Sion playing field, but that was a good shot there to get off the mark from Hodge. Score moves on to 33 for 3. Dominica, as we mentioned earlier, won the toss in this first encounter in this Windward Island tournament. 50-over tournament. Played in the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There's also another game being played at Cumberland between St. Lucia and Grenada. We'll have some updates on that game for you as time goes by. This one, Hodge goes right back into his crease. Plays it out to the Mande Romano pair at backward point. There's no run. Hearing a bit more chatter from the Vincentian fielders now that they got that wicket. This one is flighted nicely straight back to Otney Lewis. And it's the end of a successful over for Lewis. Dominica, they are 33 for the loss of 3. Benjamin, he's there on 11. Hodge just came to the wicket, he's on 2. And a very good comeback there for the Vincentian team, Gunny.
Yes, and Otney Lewis showing no nerves whatsoever, being a debutant, a newcomer, and he was right on target, keeping those deliveries on the stump, bowling stump to stump, and no nerves whatsoever, because, you know, individual from time to time being debutants, they tend to have a bit of nerves, but he's showing absolutely nerves, maybe from his years of experience playing cricket at the local level, and he's been given an opportunity here, and he has grabbed it right away, and has taken a wicket for St. Vincent, and certainly a good start by the young man.
So it's the end of the power play. 10 overs completed. 33 for the loss of 3.
All the trees.
I think the Vincentian team will be the most satisfied with that start. As we are seeing Frederick coming into his second over, bowling from the flow end. Benjamin on strike. Was look very compact so far in his approach. But I'm thinking from the Dominicans' perspective, they'll be looking for him to bat as long as possible. Try and forge another partnership with the experienced Hodge. I think the Vincentian public have seen quite a bit of Hodge as well in the VPL. And I'm sure he'll be looking to just put up a good show here for his team and get them off to a very good total, as this one is punched down the ground there by Benjamin for another single. Score moves on to 34 for the loss of 3. So, Gunny, what's your assessment of the play so far, having seen 10 overs completed?
At this particular point in time, I was just St. Vincent marginally at the top of this game. Marginally at this particular point in time. It's slow going, but we know the nature of the pitch. I think having Hodge's wicket is vital for Dominica and for St. Vincent. He's a key man.
This one is driving nicely. Pass backward square out to Dylan Douglas. Gets his return in. A very good return as well. So another single added to the total. And I think that is going to be key, as this partnership is in its infant stages. But they will definitely be looking to just rotate the strike. Have a right and left hand combination as well. As Frederick is pushing this one through a bit quicker. Benjamin going back, trying to cut that one past backward point. Misses it completely. So we mentioned the pace at which Rashid Fredericks normally bowls. It's going to be very important that they don't give a lot of room to the batters outside the off stump, as this one is punched down to long off once again. Good looking stroke from Benjamin. Very pleasing on the eye. Another single added to the total. It's now 36 for the loss of 3. As Frederick again is pushing this one through. Hodge goes back and punches it out to Dylan Douglas on the extra cover boundary for another single. So good over, reasonable before the Dominican team with 5 runs coming from it. At the end of the 11th over, Dominica, having won the toss and elected to bat first, they're 37 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, so a steady over there from Frederick, not creating any real alarms for the Dominican batsmen. What I've observed is I like the approach of Benjamin running between the wickets. He's sprinting that first run quickly and putting the pressure on the fielder's man. And bearing in mind the right and left hand combination, it's very good thinking on his part.
Yes, he has definitely made a very positive start to his innings. 13 runs from 22 deliveries. Not the quickest in terms of strike rate, but I think in terms of the intent that he has shown, this one is punched nicely down to the man there at mid-off. Very good stop by Dean Brown, I think it is, yes.
Yes, it is.
So another single to Kavim Hodge. Was made another positive start to his innings. So both batters here looking very positive, not only in defense, but in attack as well.
And running between the wickets.
And running between the wickets, which is very important as you're trying to consolidate an innings.
Which is part of the problem that the West Indies cricket team has. Looking for these singles. You're not going to get our senior players running between those singles, trust me.
As Lewis again comes in bowls to the left-handed Benjamin. This one is outside the off stump. Lets it go.
Because we are known as a power-hitting team. Failure to take singles and twos, and it's cost us many a game.
Very much so. I think that's an area definitely the senior team needs to improve on. Hopefully we'll see some improvement very soon, Gunny, as Benjamin once again walking this one into the leg side. And as you mentioned before, very busy between the wickets. His partner as well responding to that call. So another single added to the total. 38 for the loss of 3 wickets. As this one is going back there, Hodge maybe should have been on the front foot for that delivery.
I think what we're seeing is his approach to batting here is one of the 2020 where they tend to go right back into their creases, close to the stump and play late. That's basically what we're seeing this 2020 movement, because they generally do not come out on the front row like that. They stay back and wait. That's what we're seeing from Hodge. I think what he's doing is actually bringing his experience to bear.
So Lewis once again bowls and is cutting this one. Benjamin out to Dylan Douglas again for another single. So the single is definitely the order of the day here for the Dominican team. They've been able to rotate the strike at will in the last couple of overs. I'm sure they'll be looking to continue along that vein if they are to put up a competitive total here this morning. Once again, this one is walking it off his legs there, Kavim Hodge, for another single. So the end of another over there from Whitney Lewis. And the Dominican team, having won the toss this morning and electing to bat, they are 41 for the loss of 3.
And certainly, Skipper Ambrose needs to try and check the number of singles. They're getting it very easy and very comfortable. And rather than being reactive, he should be more proactive and trying to force them to go over the top rather than allowing them to just milk the bowling, so to speak, as they are doing quite comfortably.
So once again, Frederick continues. Well, stopped off his own bowling. I think that's a hallmark of his game. Very good fielder from his own bowling. That's 42 for the loss of 3. That's a correction on my last score. This one again is punching it down the ground there. Captain Ambrose not able to prevent this single. So another single added to the total, 43 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Gunny, that's important, what you just mentioned a while ago in terms of thinking ahead of the game. You've seen quite a number of singles being accumulated by the Dominican team at this point in time. So I think that's something that Sonny Lambris would really have to consider in terms of his field placing moving forward. As Frederick once again is flighting this one outside the off stump. Benjamin hitting it powerfully. Well stopped there in the covers from, I think it's Dean Brown or it's Darius Martin, I think.
It's Darius.
Yes. Definitely saved 4 or something close to 4.
Seemed to have injured himself or something.
It was powerfully struck. We mentioned Benjamin. He seemed to be timing the ball very well on this wicket.
Seemed to have injured himself in effecting that stop because he's coming off the field. We're not too sure what may have happened. We see that Solomon Bascom, the emergency fielder, is going on to the field. A very interesting situation with this. The extra who has gone on Bascom. I'll give you a little story about him with the recently concluded under 19 tournament.
Yes, Solomon Bascom, the St. Vincent and Windward Island under 19 fast bowler, coming on to replace. It's actually Otney Lewis.
It's Otney Lewis. Yes, his finger.
As Frederick again is on the line of the leg stump, and Hodge is working this one out to square leg for another single. Score moves on to 44 for the loss of 3 wickets. So Otney Lewis, it will be interesting to see if he can continue because he's actually bowling from the other end.
Yes, it'll be very interesting. He's off the field with some problem with his finger. We're not too sure.
As Frederick once again pushing this one through, and Benjamin goes back and plays it up the wicket. So the end of another over there from Frederick. At the end of it, the score is 44 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, and they are milking the bowling. There's no two ways about it. And as I said, and you concur, Sunil Ambrose needs to look at the field placing. The bowlers have to bowl one side of the pitch and force the batsman to go across and create that opportunity for an LBW, a bowl, a miss hit or something of this sort. Because what they are doing, both of them very experienced, they are picking the gaps, so to speak, the spaces, and they're not afraid. They're going for the singles and ensuring that the Dominica total rolls on, though slowly, it is rolling on and ticking over. For instance, that long off, so wide, I would have moved that long off. To be honest with you, long on, look at the distance, the way they are batting, just the way they are batting. Force them to go over the top.
As we're going to see another change in the bowling, we mentioned that would always be possible, seeing that Otney Lewis is now off the field. We are seeing Kenneth Demba, the right-arm off spinner, coming into the attack for the first time. 13 overs completed. As Demba is pushing this one through. There's Hodge, goes back and punches it up back to the bowler. There's no run.
I don't know if you'd agree with me, those 3 fielders are so deep. Allow the batsmen to hit over their heads by shortening the situation. Force them into error.
We'll come back to that after this delivery as Demba again is beating him there. Hodge going back, trying to cut that one past backward point. That one is skidding through with the arm. And there's no run. 45 for the loss of 3 wickets, Dominica. This one again is going back, Hodge. So that's been a feature of his batting so far in terms of using the depth of the crease, especially against his spinners. It's definitely a good contest. Both of these players were Windward Island players. They know each other very well. This one is cut straight to the man there, Romano Pair. He was not going to put that one down, Pair. A very good feeler anyway in the circle. So we were just mentioning it would be a very intriguing contest between Demba and Hodge, and Demba coming out on top on that occasion. A delivery outside the off stump. There was Hodge going back trying to play his favorite cut shot, but picked out the man there, Romano Pair, and takes a very good catch in the end. So Dominica, they lose their 4th wicket. It's now 45 for the loss of 4 here at the Stanley playing field.
Yeah, and a big wicket there as far as St. Vincent and Grenadines and so on. The wicket of Hodge. We know his capabilities. And he's gone back and forced it straight to the man at the backward point, and he's on his way to the pavilion. 45 for the loss of 4. The thing about it here is that the pace at which Denver bowls, there's really no way they're going to hit him in those deep areas. Look at the pace, the trajectory is flat, fast. So once they get on top and they force it past those gaps, then get comfortable singles. So I'll have forced them by not getting single to go over the top based on the pace at which Denver is bowling, also Rashid. So Sunil needs to read the game and read it quickly, read it well. Don't be reactive, be proactive. and set up the situation in such a way, forcing them, and let us see how they're going to respond to a changing mindset from the field placing, from him, the skipper of the St. Vincent team.
Well, we're not seeing a flurry of boundaries so far, Gunny. If my memory serves me correct, I think we've just had one or two boundaries being hit. I know Benjamin for sure, he played a cut shot off the back foot there, but I can't really point my finger to another boundary being hit. So it's definitely not a wicket or a ground where you're going to see a flurry of boundary, and I think the outfield as well contributes to that as well. So I'm thinking maybe more fielders in the circle, and they put more pressure on the Dominican batsmen, having restricted them so far to 45 for the loss of 4. As this one is well bowled there by Demba, going on with the arm really. As we are seeing Sion Alexander, number 45, sporting on his back, coming into a very difficult situation here. Dominica struggling to get any sort of momentum in their innings so far. The only player we have seen played with any degree of comfort and assurance has been Alexander, Gian Benjamin, as another over comes to an end, and a successful one as well from Demba. And Dominica, having won the toss this morning and elected to bat, they are now 45 for the loss of 4. Alexander, he's yet to score. Benjamin is there on 17.
Yes, a steady fall of wickets from the time the game started, and they have continued as the Vincentian bowlers relentlessly targets those stumps, and the only batsman who really has shown that resolute that he wants to stay there as long as possible is Benjamin, and I'm impressed with the way he is applying himself, and he's also running the singles quite nicely, rotating the strike, and it's a question of the other should bat around him and allow things to go. 50 overs, a lot of overs. They only gone 14 and 4 has gone already, so they need to resettle.
This one is flighted there from Frederick as he continues in his 3rd over. 4th over actually, none for 13 so far. And Benjamin punching that one out to Captain Ambrose there at short mid-wicket. Frederick once again on the line of the off stump. Benjamin coming forward. So there's a slip, man at backward point, a short cover. There's a man at deep extra cover, mid-off, long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. As Frederick again is hitting this one over the man there. Bascom at backward point. Was close to the boundary. I don't think it will get there. Comes back for 2. So a bit streaky there from Benjamin. We were just praising him in terms of his application so far. On that occasion, trying to hit that one maybe a bit too hard over extra cover, taking the outer portion of the bat. But thankfully for him and for Dominica, it would have evaded Bascom there at backward point.
I wonder if the pressure is getting to him. You wonder. Because he has shown good application up to now.
Frederick again comes in and bowl, and well stopped there in the covers from Omano Pair. Was being very busy in the field, must say. Always good to see him in the field, a live wire as we would say. Took a very good catch in the last over as well, as this one is short of a length, and there was Benjamin once again looking to pull this one in the vicinity of deep mid-wicket. So we are seeing a bit of rashness, if you can call it that, from Benjamin in this over. As Benjamin again comes forward and plays it in an approved manner. So a very good over there from Frederick. 2 runs coming from it, and the Dominican team, they're 47 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, 47 for 4, and I'm wondering if the pressure is telling on Benjamin, because he's applied himself quite nicely. Seemed to be the only individual who seemingly want to get on top of the Vincentian bowling. He played a rash shot a while ago, he got away with it. Maybe it's a question of his part and need to tell him, settle down, continue to do what you're doing, because he definitely is the difference between Dominica losing more wickets and to try and get, first of all, a bat as long as possible.
As we're seeing Demba once again, that's delivery turning into the right-handed batter there, Alexander.
Yeah, but Asnet, if you notice the pace, the trajectory is with his bowling, it's pretty fast. And that's why I keep saying them long on, and this deep mid-wicket. It should definitely be closer.
That's Demba once again. He's using his feet here, Alexander. Well played by him.
Well played.
Out to the man there, Dean Brown at mid-off for a single, so he's off the mark.
The first batsman I've seen using his feet. And it was like this trajectory that Denver is bowling doesn't really give you that time, the split second. And he really used his feet quite nicely and pushed that one to the left of mid off, and he collects a single. Pleasant to the eyes.
So now the left-handed Benjamin is now on strike. Feel for him, he's a man. There's a man at slip, man there at backward point, man at short fine leg, deep square leg, mid wicket, mid on, long off, cover, and a man at deep extra cover. As Denver comes up and he's sweeping this one, gets it past the man there at short fine leg, gets another single. Signal from umpire Williams is that of a wide. So 2 more runs added to the total. It's now up to 50. So 50 for Dominica, coming up in the 16th over. As the right-handed Alexander is now back on strike to Denver, as we see another change in the field. The mid-off actually going back to long off. As this one is beautifully bowled there by Denver. That one goes on with the arm, beats Alexander outside the off stump. So all of Denver's experience coming to the forefront here in this spell so far. There's variations in terms of his pace, his lines, his lengths. And definitely will be a handful for the Dominican batsman here this morning. So 50 for 4, Dominica. As this one again is a bit quicker, a bit flatter. There was Alexander just walking it out to Captain Ambrose there at mid-wicket. There's no run. So 3 runs coming from this over so far. Pretty slow going from the Dominican team. They'll be hoping to get a score, and the only way they're going to do that is by building partnerships, as Alexander walks this one out to cover. There was Bascom, the substitute fielder for Otney Lewis. We haven't seen Lewis since that incident 2 or 3 overs ago. So it tells me that maybe it's a serious issue with that finger, as we're going to have a water break here by the players. So 16 overs completed. Dominica, they have 51 for the loss of 4. Benjamin, he's there on 19. Alexander, he's there on 2. Now while the players take a break, we're going to take a break here in the commentary box as well.
Here tournament we get a signal. Huh? Yes, back here at the Sion Hill playing field after that water break. Dominica 51 for 4 after 16 overs. Plays about to resume it. Fredericks will continue from the northern end, the flow end, so to speak, the Kingston end, if those who are acquainted with St. Vincent, as Fredericks in, and you see Alexander pushes that one out to straightish, short extra cover, and there is no run. 51 for 4. Dominica looking to rebuild. St. Vincent looking to make further inroads. For defensive, that one seemed to have hit the inside portion of the bats, I believe. We'll wait in the umpire's signal. Yes, it hit the inside portion of the bat. Fortuitously for him, it ran around the stumps and he got away with it. Near miss. 52 for the loss of 4. Alexander going up to 5. As we get it in a short while. We are not near the scorers. As Frederick from the northern end in. Back goes Benjamin and tucks this one out to deep mid wicket. They certainly should have had 2 here. I thought Benjamin may have misjudged that one because certainly he ran very quickly. Only a single. It's out on 53 now for the loss of 4. But the pace at which Dylan Douglas is going at these deliveries, if they are paying close attention, 2 easy runs. He needs to buck up on this. The coach needs to speak to him in relation to this aspect of his game. Fredericks in. Alexander goes back and forces it back to the bowler. Is no run. 53 for 4. Cooling conditions here. Not the very hot sun we had this morning. It's cooling, but it's glorious day for cricket. Frederick in. Back he goes and tickles this one down to short square. Another single ensued. And maybe the message has gone out to Alexander to continue the trend that we saw from Hodge and Benjamin. And it's now 55 for the loss of 4. 55 for 4. Fredericks. They're milking him, so to speak, with these singles. We can't help but emphasize the point that these deep fielders are not really needed, to be very honest with you. As Frederick in, back goes Benjamin out to cover, well fielded, no run. 55 for 4 at the end of that over.
Yes, another reasonable over for the Dominican team. They were able to rotate the strike, pick up a couple of singles in that over. Rashid Frederick just need to find that line and that length that will cause a bit of problems for these 2 batters. I just get the feeling that at times he tries to bowl too quickly through the air, and in doing so tends to lose his line and length on some occasions, right? But another opportunity for these 2 batters at the crease to build a partnership. We mentioned that so far that partnerships have been a problem for the Dominican team. They have lost wickets at regular intervals, and it's important that they continue to bat together and try and build a good total here this morning.
Denver into Alexander. He defended that one back to the bowler. Denver bowling a very, very tight spell from the southern end, the old airport end. Denver in. Forward defensive again. Straight to the keeper. There's an appeal, but certainly he's getting that ball to straighten up. 2 or 3 times now he's gone past the edge of the bat and taken clean and there by the keeper, and there is no run. Denver from this with this very tight spell from the southern end. Passing on by Williams, forward defensive again, Wood Alexander. And apparently what the impression I'm getting is that apparently they're going to see off Denver. He has a lot of overs to bowl, but that seemed to be the approach from Alexander. He's not taking any undue risk. Forward again, back to the bubbles and stopped by the keeper. And there is no one. 55 for the loss of 4. We into over number 18. During a just over 3 and over. As we see Denver in. Down he goes, and my goodness, beaten in flight and striking him on his pad. Hadn't it not struck his pad, he would have been a goner. But second time now we see him using his feet to use it for some beautiful. This one misguided and struck his pad, but he covered it quite nicely, and there is no addition to the total. No alarms. In. Alexander is bowled That one he played on, stayed halfway between the batting crease and the popping crease, hit the inner portion of the bat and roll onto the stumps. And Dominica have lost their 5th wicket at 55, with Alexander going bowled by Denbar, as Dominica now really in all sorts of problems here as we get down into a lower half of the batting at 55 for 5, as St. Vincent continues to make steady inroads into the Dominican batting. With the new man going into bat will be Hodge Tavernier. Dominica 55 for 5 at the end of 18 overs.
Yes, another important breakthrough there for the Vincentian team. They continue to take wickets at regular intervals, which is going to be critical if they're going to restrict the Dominican team to a subpar total. That delivery just bouncing a bit. We know Demba, he's a tall bowler, gets a bit of bounce as well. There was Alexander going on to his back foot, but maybe not playing it with the type of conviction that is really required. So just took the inner portion of the bat and ricocheting onto his stumps. So another good breakthrough there for Demba. He gets his 2nd wicket, and it's 55 for the loss of 5 wickets. Dominica definitely in a spot of bother here, having won the toss this morning and electing to bat first.
Yes, they're in all sorts of contortions here at the Sion Hill playing field. And had he played with that vertical bat, there's no way, bat and pad close together, no way that ball would have sneaked in and got onto his stump. But he played fairly loose, struck the inner portion of the bat and ran onto his stumps. Dominica, real problems here, 55 for 5. And how deep they do bat, I'm not too sure. Fredericks in and back to the bowler from Benjamin, and there is no run. And apparently we have not seen Lewis taking the field since, so maybe some real problem with his finger.
So I think we'll try and get an update on his injury.
This one again from Frederick. Back goes Benjamin, and there is no run. 55 for 5. Dominica here against St. Vincent and Grenadines in the Senior Windward Islands cricket tournament. Played at the side of the playing field in very good condition outside the off stump, and he cut that one out to cover. Still the pressure is on as Frederick continues to bowl this fast flat trajectory and giving real problems along with Denbar to the Dominican batting lineup. Fredericks in, back goes Benjamin and tucks this one out to square leg. Gonna get a single. Total rolls on to 56 now, 56 for the loss of 5. It brings in Hodge Tavernier, the new man in, and the Dominican has it all worked out. There's a right-hand, left-hand combination continuing throughout the innings because Benjamin has been there all the while, shouldering the burden of batting in his position. So the right-handed Hodge Tavernier comes in to strike, slip, backward point, cover, deep extra cover as Frederick in. Tavernier goes back and forces it out to the left of straightest extra cover. He gets off the mark with one. 57 now for the loss of 5. 57 for 5 as Frederick continues. They continue to milk him. I think we need to get his figures there. They're not going for any boundaries. Probably they said maybe one boundary I've seen in this innings thus far. As again the long off, which was in a mid-off, has gone back right to the ropes. I think there's a useless field as far as I'm concerned from what I'm seeing. Fredericks in, Benjamin forward defensive, and there is now on the end of over number 19, 57 for the loss of 5. Dominica, just around 3 per over.
Yes, another steady over there from Rashid Frederick. We mentioned the importance of Benjamin now, seeing that the entire top order has been demolished. He's like a last man standing in the quest for a good total here for the Dominican team. It's important that he and Tavernier seem to be more of a French name, Gunny. Yes. I know Dominica has a lot of French influence as well.
Yeah, the sandwich between Martinique and Guadeloupe. Spent a lot of time there in a really lovely country. Good morning to all my friends there in Dominica, all TKs, Lockharts, and all the others. Really, really nice people in Dominica there. Now it is going to be Denbar who will continue from the Jeff Austin, also in Dominica, my old police friend. Really, really nice people here in Dominica. Now it's Denbar to bowl to Tavernier on one. Tavernier one hitting the inner portion of the bat and flying out to long leg. And he gets a single. He's up to 258 for the loss of 5. 58 for 5 as the Vincentian bowlers continue to make serious grounds into the Dominica batting lineup as they're really struggling on a two-pace pitch, one with variable bounce, and they're not coping that well with the situation. Denbar, their off spinner from the southern end, and this one striking Benjamin on the pad on his knees. Goes Denbar peeling to the umpire. Umpire Williams out of St. Lucia. He says not out. Play continues. 58 now for the loss of 5. Denbar looking to effect another breakthrough. Being denied by Benjamin. Forward defensive. No addition to the total. Benjamin on 21. He's been there for a very long time. He's really the rock between a total disaster for Dominica and against the Vincentian bowling. Denbar, the off spinner from the southern end in. Benjamin forward defensive, opening the face and run it out right on the square. No addition to the total. 58 for the loss of 5. 58 for 5. There's a slip, backward point, straightish, extra cover, deep extra cover, long on, long off, mid wicket, square leg. As Denbar in, outside off stumps, striking him on the pad, then bat. And Denbar is not bemused by umpire and say not out, because he seemed very confident the ball seemed to have struck his pad before the bat. We are not in a position to judge that, but from his body language, that is what it seemed to suggest to us, because he's very confident. Umpire Williams says not out for the second time in the over. Dominica's still struggling here as Denbar with a very, very tight spell. Look like striking on a pad again, the third appeal in the over. And what an over we are seeing here from Denbar. 3 times he appealed to the umpire for LBW's decision. 3 times he has been turned down. 58 for 5, and Dominica in Benjamin has survived.
Survived indeed. I mentioned it's always going to be a difficult task to deal with the guile of Kenneth Denbar. We've seen him doing well even on the regional level for Windward Islands, so it definitely will be a handful on this type of wicket. We've seen him changing his pace, his lines, his length so far, and has definitely caused a lot of problems for the Dominican top order. But thankfully for Dominica, Benjamin is still there, and as long as he's there, I'm sure they will still have hopes of making somewhat of a reasonable total, something to actually bowl at when it comes to the turn at the crease, the bowling crease, later on this afternoon.
If we are to judge by what we are seeing, and this is not carved in stone, 120 could be a difficult target here, you know.
It's always difficult really to ascertain what's a good total here at the Sion playing field. We tend to see wickets being lost in clusters. We recently had the Under-19 tournament here, and the spinners really had a field day on these wickets here at the Sion playing field. So it's very difficult to say what a good total is. We started out saying 200 maybe would be a reasonable target to aim for the Dominican team, having won the toss and batted first. But I'm sure they would have had to reassess that total, having lost those wickets.
They will do well to get up to that total, because they themselves are filled with spinners. And we see another spinner being introduced into the attack in Kieran Katoy, the leg spinner from the Kingston end, the northern end. And he's sweeping nicely down to square leg, and it is gone to the boundary for 4. A rare occasion we are seeing here. That one on the legs of Alexander, and he swept it beautifully all along the ground. And I think that is Tavernier, Taj Tavernier, I beg your pardon, Taj Tavernier. And certainly it was a very well executed sweep shot there from Tavernier, as we see Kit Kotoy losing his line very early, A leg spinner, right arm leggy. But it was a very good shot executed there by Tavernier. Courtois into Tavernier. Back he goes, and that one seemingly has spun across him and taken cleanly, and there is no run, and half-hearted appeal, but no danger. 62 for the loss of 5. Courtois in, and this one driven and to the left of Ambrose. It was a difficult one, but he got away with it.
I think it would have been a blinder there, Gunny. It was struck powerfully there from Tavernier, and there was Ambrose diving to his left. That is strong side. Got a hand to it, and as they say, whenever you get your hand to it, you should really take it. But it was really a really difficult chance.
I was going to ask the question, how do you consider that a real chance?
It would have been a beautiful catch if he had executed it.
As Courtois now will be bowling to Benjamin, Jean Benjamin from the Kingston end. Sweeping and looking there. Appeal for an LBW decision. Up goes the finger of Butler. That seems to be the straight delivery. And Benjamin looking to sweep, missed, and umpire Butler had absolutely no hesitation, lifting the finger. So Benjamin goes the rock of the Dominica batting so far, if you can call it that, based on the total. He's gone for 21, I think it is, and Dominica now 63 for the loss of 6, and certainly they are looking on a barrel.
Staring on the barrel indeed. That's another big wicket there for the Vincentian team. We mentioned Benjamin. He seemed to have been the glue that held this innings together. I think the issue there with that delivery was a full toss. So the fact that he missed it playing across the line, it gave the umpire no choice really but to give him out LBW. So a big wicket there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and definitely not the wicket Dominica would have been expecting to lose at this juncture in the game.
Yes, bearing in mind this is 21st over, so there's 29 overs still to come. And at 63 now for 6, they're really in real problems here at the Sion Hill playing field. 63 for 6, Dominica have him in won the toss and inserted the bat. And I maintain it's a good toss to have won and batted. If there's any poor decision on the part of the skipper, the management, whatever, it's just that things not going their way. And 63 for 6 at the end of it all. The new man in is Jed Joseph. Jed Joseph, the number 6 on his back. It's 63?
62.
62. A correction there from our scores. They're a bit away from us here. 62 for the loss of 6. That's Dominica. Now for the first time in a long while we're seeing two right-handers at the crease. And this may very well suit Denver. Jed Joseph, number 6. As we see Courtois just taking the first wicket in. Down he goes and he hits this one. No nonsense move to the boundary for 4. He's batting at number 8 and he decided, I've had enough of this pushing and taking singles, and he went into that one and he smoted it to the right of long off to the boundary for 4. The third boundary of the innings. It's the end of over number 21. 66 for the loss of 6. All the 6s. And Dominica in all sorts of contortions here at the Sion Hill playing field.
Well, we had to wait a very long time before we got that second boundary, but we have now had a third. So just as you were saying, it's a rare fet to see a boundary being hit. We have seen 2 in that pass over. Courtois just serving up a full toss once again. And the batter there coming on to the front foot and stroking it over extra cover for a well-deserved boundary. So another partnership is needed here for these two.
Denbar in. Forward defensive, he goes, push it out to where it should have been a mid-off. As I said before, I keep saying it, should have been. There's none, and he got an easy single. Jed Joseph is now going to face Denbar. How would he cope with Denbar in the mood that Denbar is in? He's bowling good line. Previous over, he had 3 appeals for LBW decision, all turned down by umpire Williams out of St. Lucia. 67 for the loss of 6, 67 for 6 as Denbar to bowl from the southern end. For our defensive, not one taking the outside portion of bat, running down to third. The backward point, left of backward point, and there's no addition to the total. 67 for the loss of 6, 67 for 6. Dominica here at the Sion playing field, and wonderful weather here for cricket. Back goes Joseph, and he turns this one quite nicely. He rode it beautifully, the spin across him. He rode it beautifully and tucked it out towards square leg and collect a single. He's up now to 5, and the total 69 now. 68 for the loss of 6. Dominica must be harboring thoughts of trying to bat the rest of the overs, and whatever we ended up with. I believe that should be their aim, because it's not easy the way things are going, and they're really down into the lower order, and with the rock, Jan Benjamin gone. Then back in that one, he turns it, one turning across him. Certainly, Denver is getting the ball to turn, and turn not viciously, but turned enough to create problems, and at the same times with the stranger variations and straighter deliveries and so on, he's creating real problems. Then back in. This he goes and driving outside the off stump, taking the edge. They'll get at least 2 here. They should come for third if Tavernier. And he gets a fortuitous 2 runs. Driving outside the off stump. It flew between the wicketkeeper and 4 slip. And he got 2 runs. As far as Dominica is concerned, it's 2 additional runs. 70 for 6. Denver in once more to Tavernier. Forward defensive. Back to the back on the onside of the pitch. It's the end of another over. 70 for 6 after 22 overs. And certainly Dominica in all sorts of problems as a Vincentian spin bowlers creating real problems here for the Dominica batting lineup.
Right, both of these players now will be looking to forge somewhat of a partnership. We've seen they having a bit of attacking intent in them as well. Tavernier seems to be the type of player who, if it is in his area, will definitely try and hit the ball out of the ground. We've seen him sweeping in the previous over, beautifully passed backwards square for a boundary. So it will be interesting to see how they cope with the spinners. These 2 batsmen looking rather busy at the crease, and I'm sure that they will be hoping that they can bat as long as possible, as you mentioned, and at the same time accumulate enough runs to put Dominica in a reasonable strong position. As this one again is flighted, full toss. We've seen a couple of those from Qatar in this spell so far, so just not getting it right. The art of leg spin is a difficult one, as my fellow commentator would know. Gunny Hines, a renowned leg spinner. We'll talk a bit about that in the next over, Gunny, as Qatar again. This one is short. He's cutting it past backward point there. Tavernier for a single. Another one added to the total, so it's now 72. 72 for 6, yes. Earlier, Dominica, they won the toss, and they elected to bat first. A decision at the time which looked to be a reasonable one, considering the nature of the wicket here at the Sion playing. This one is short, and he's pulling it over deep mid wicket. The fielder there, Dean Brown, very good in the field as well. I think that's a good thing about this Vincentian outfit. We have a lot of good fielders, the likes of Dylan Douglas, Romano Pear, Rashid Frederick, and Dean Brown. They bring a lot of energy to the field, and that is what you want from a fielding side.
And it's another fairly young team, age-wise.
That's Katoy once again. Bowes, another full toss. He's hitting this one high and handsome. Has he gotten enough on it? No, he hasn't. So Romano Pear once again taking another catch. It was a full toss, really, a juicy looking full toss. And there was Tavernier. His eyes lit up really when he saw that one, but was not able to clear that long on boundary. Those are reasonable boundaries there on the long on the flow end. And holding out there to Romano Pear, who takes another good catch. His second of the morning, sorry. And Dominica, they lose their 7th wicket. It's now 72 for the loss of 7.
Yes, another wicket there to St. Vincent Grenadines, a full toss, and both wickets for Qatar has been full tosses. He's been very fortunate to have gotten 2 against his name. But at the end of the day, runs in the board, they say runs in the board. Wickets against my name is wickets against my name. Whether it's a full toss, an in swing, out swing, a leg spinner, off spinner. And just take another wicket. Dominica 70. 2 for the loss of 7, and certainly right down now into the table.
Yes, that's another important wicket. We mentioned that Tavernier, he seemed to have a bit of power in his batting. Executed a wonderful sweep shot previously against Qatar in his previous over. But this time around, a full toss really getting the better of him. I don't know, Gunny, you're a leg spinner yourself. Off spinner, I'm sorry. But a spinner in general, but they normally say leg spinners. They tend to get away with these type of deliveries, long hops and full tosses.
You see, the thing about it, Asnet, when it comes to leg spinning, you'll find a good leg spinner will bowl beautifully and maybe get one. And they tend to get wickets with long hops and full tosses. It's general, it's there. There's no ifs and buts about it. And that was a juicy one that should have been carted somewhere into Kingston. But he picked out the Romero pair and he's on his way into pavilion.
It's Katoy once again, giving this one a bit of air, a bit of loop outside the off stump. Umpire Butler signaling wide. One more added to the total, 73 for the loss of 7 wickets. Dominica really in a bit of bother here at the Sion playing field. This one is a bit flatter. It's punched out to Captain Ambrose there in the covers. So the Vincentian team continue to plug away at the Dominican batting order, as this one is going back there when he should be forward. He's very reluctant to get back into his wicket as well. An appeal there from the Vincentians, but umpire Williams stands firm at square leg. So all is well that ends well there for Dominica. So the end of another successful over there from Cotoy and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Dominican team, they are 73 for the loss of 7.
It's not a very interesting situation. In the olden days, so to speak, he would have been out and out. But the rules have been amended whereby the batsman should be seen to be attempting a run. He did walk out of his crease, right? Butler had not removed from his position. He walked out of his crease, but at the same time, he wasn't looking for a single. So the umpire did the correct thing and say not out. In the olden days, I said, he certainly would have been a goner. Brian Joseph.
As Demba continues to provide a chokehold really for the Dominican batters. It's really been economical so far. Hasn't given anything away. Has been able to pick up important wickets at crucial points in this inning so far. He continues to jet Joseph. As he's driving this one, Joseph past Sunil Ambrose there in the covers. They have a chance to come back for a second, and they will, as Dean Brown comes around. But just can't prevent a second run on that occasion. So that's a good piece of batting, a good piece of running as well.
Yes, good running. 2 easy runs, and every run counts as far as Dominica is concerned.
So 75 for 7. It's Demba once again. Oh, this one is caught at slip, is it?
Yes, he's out.
Yes, a very good delivery there from Demba.
Excellent catch.
Take that Desron Maloney there in this slip.
Excellent catch. That's one outside the off stump, straightened, took a nick and dive into his left. Desron Maloney took an excellent low catch, and certainly that would have made up for whatever didn't happen for the morning. But certainly Dominica, as I said before, they're really right down into the dumps at this moment at 75 for the loss of 8. Having lost just Tavernier gone. Brilliantly taken there by Maloney at first slip. Low to his left at first slip. And Dominica 75 for 8 as the number 3 batsman goes into the crease. That is Gillan Tyson.
Yes, we mentioned the guile of Kenneth Demba. That delivery seemed to have pitched just on about the off stump and moved away from the right-hander, taking the outer portion of the bat. But it was a brilliant catch, as you mentioned, from Desron Maloney. There.
I think it hit the seam and it went the other way rather than come in as the conventional off spinner. It went the opposite way, and unfortunately for him, he got a nick because many times those deliver a ball and it would have just whizzed past the bat. And it took an excellent catch also for him to be dismissed.
So Dominica sinks further in trouble here at the Sion playing field. And Those totals we mentioned earlier, Gunny, seem to be a far distance away.
Forget it. I think they'll struggle to reach 100.
And as Demba continues to just make crucial breakthroughs here for his side, he has 3 wickets so far.
I think they'll definitely struggle to reach 100. To be honest with you, the way Denba's bowling, the luck that Katoy, the run of luck that's going Katoy's way. So it appears as they're going to struggle to get 100.
As we see in a change in the field, Captain Ambrose coming in at a leg slip. So just offering a bit of company to the new batsman. As this one is long forward there. Tyson. It's an interesting surname. We need some Tyson-like effort here from the Dominicans. Lower order.
Tyson-like blows.
Definitely. As Demba will be hoping for something different. As this one again is beating Tyson outside the off stump. It's again that delivery maybe just moving away with the arm. Disappointing batting effort so far from the Dominican team. Whenever you win the toss and bat first, you're always looking forward to putting a good total on the board. Something that your bowlers would actually feel comfortable bowling at. As another successful over comes to an end from Demba. And at the end of it, the Dominican team, they are 75 for the loss of 8.
As another maiden wicket there to Denba, flighting those deliveries, mixing it up, flatter trajectory, spinning it across the batsman, the drifters, certainly creating all sorts of problems. And the Dominican batsmen have really and truly no answer to Denba's bowling. And certainly, as I said, it appears to me as if it's wrap-up time as far as St. Vincent's concerned in terms of the Dominican innings.
Yes. Kieran Katoy continues from the flow end. He'll be looking to wrap up the innings, as you just mentioned. This one is outside the off stump, turning away further. Umpire Butler for a second, maybe contemplating a wide, but in the end gives Katoy the benefit of the doubt. So it's Brian Joseph on strike. His partner at the other end, Gillan Tyson. They'll be looking to just get as much runs as possible for their team here at the back end of this innings. This one is stroked down the ground. Romano Pay again coming in, was done quite a bit of work in the outfield today. Good work, mind you. Has held his catches and has fielded well. As we've seen another change in the field, Demba coming out of the mid-wicket position onto the offside. So we have 2 men in the covers. A man there at deep mid-wicket, square leg, slip, point, extra cover, long on, long off. So even though the score is 77 for the loss of 8 Gunny, we're still seeing a lot of boundary riders. Does that come as any surprise to you at this point in time?
Not really, to be honest with you. After this delivery,
as we're seeing Katoy once again, bowling to Tyson. It's a flighty delivery. This one is full. It's straight back to the bowler. Well fielded.
I'm a bit surprised at the weak mental approach by the Dominican team. They are known to be tough customers over the years. I'll be honest with you. They're not showing that fortitude.
This one is a bit slower from Katoy.
That mental fortitude, we're not really seeing it, having played against strong Dominican teams over the years. I'll get back to this at the end of the over. I'll give you 1 or 2 little stories.
I was looking forward to those stories, Gunny, as we see another change in field. Demba, he's moving into a second slip position. The leg spinner, Katoy, a short delivery. He's pulling this one out to deep square leg. Should be able to get close to the boundary. It does. A valiant effort there from the fielder. Dean Brown always gives his 110% really. But on that occasion, couldn't prevent that boundary. But a very poor delivery there from Katoy. And this time, the Dominican batter taking full advantage.
The 4th boundary, so to speak, of the Dominican innings. And hit that one powerfully. And 4 welcome runs to Dominica, because St. Vincent going to has to bat on this pitch.
As Katoy once again, another short delivery. And Tyson is punching it out to the man there long off for another single. So score moves on to 83 for the loss of 8 at the end of that over. So a bit of momentum back into the Dominican innings. they'll be hoping to build from that.
Yeah,
the Vincentian team, they'll be looking to wrap up the innings as quickly as possible.
Yes, and I expect them to wrap it up quickly. But in those days, playing at the Botanical Gardens in Dominica, huge crowds, just as I said in the olden days at the Victoria Park, huge crowds. People who have lined up to go into the park as early as 8 o'clock in the morning. Huge crowd with these big saman trees around you. And it was a tremendous atmosphere. You understand? And the crowds were there rooting for Dominica. Norbert Phillip, Grayson Shillingford, Caleb Laura, Thomas Kentish.
This one again from Demba.
Real tough stuff.
Demba continues from the Ole put end. We'll come back to that, Gunny. Sorry for the disturbance there as it's beating the right-handed Tyson again outside the off stump. This one is a bit slower. There's Tyson coming forward. So definitely a good battle here between the premier spinner here for the Vincentian team and the number 9.
He's a handful for the Dominican batting lineup.
As Demba once again. This one again is flighted outside the off stump. Once again moves away from the right-handed batter, beating the outside edge. It's a man at backward point. There's a cover, extra cover, a long off, long on. Dylan Douglas, here at deep mid wickets. As Tyson again is a long way forward, so definitely has no intention to really attack Demba, which I think is a smart thing to do here. Just trying to bat and bat as much as of these remaining overs as possible. This one is quicker from Demba. Well played there by Tyson. As the sun comes out again in all its glory. Not a lot of wind today at the Sion playing field. Normally we have a stiff wind blowing across the ground. But it's the end of another over there from Kenneth Demba. He continues to turn the screws here on the Dominican team. And at the end of it, the Dominican team, they are 83 for the loss of 8.
Yes, another tight over there by Denver and defended well. We're seeing a bit of the resolute from the Dominican batting. And the number 10 batsman decided he's going to bat the over and bat all, despite his unbeaten, and frustrate the Vincentian bowlers. Yes, St. Vincent Grand is right on top, but certainly every additional run would really be welcome by Dominica. As I'm going back to that 1972 victory we had in Dominica, I tell you, it was a tremendous occasion in Roseau.
Seeing Kotoy once again. He's fighting this one outside the off stump, and there's Joseph stroking it out to Dylan Douglas here on the extra cover boundary for a single.
Yeah, young Butte, young Colville Brown, Desmond Haynes, Stan Hines. To be honest, it was really a young Vinci team, and they defeated Dominica, the likes of their big guns, and it was real pandemonium in Roseau on that day.
This one is another full toss, stroking it out to the man there at long off for a single.
And rather than trying to play for time, the Dominican batsmen are seemingly number 9 and 10 are frustrating the Vincentian bowlers.
Yes. Kotoy once again is turning this one, getting the outer portion of the bat there, falling short of Demba there at second slip.
If you need my wicket, you have to get it. It seems to be the approach, which is good.
This one again is on the line of the off stump. There's Joseph coming forward and stroking it out to the man there, Frederick, at backward point. This one is swiping really. A big swipe across the line, playing against the turn there. And thankfully for him and the Dominican team, failed to make any sort of contact.
He has survived.
As Kotoy once again, another flighted delivery. He's getting it out to Frederick there at backward point for another single.
Yes, it's 85 now for a loss of 8. 27 overs gone, and Dominica, the tail ender, so to speak, frustrating the Vincentian bowlers in Katoy and Denver, and showing no inclination as if they want to get back to us in the pavilion. Frustrating the Vincentian bowlers. 85 for the loss of 8, 27 overs, winner just over 3, and it appears as if Dominica would fail to bat out the 50 overs. It has not been the easiest of pitches to bat on, and I'll be very honest with you. And they could have applied themselves much better. They didn't, and they have paid the ultimate price. Maybe expecting some nice, easy pitches. Not easy, but they paid the price. It's into the air, but it fell well short of the man there at long on, and the total goes up to 86, and you can hear the shouts from the Dominican coach. Keep going.
We'll definitely have to keep going, Gunny. They'll have to bat as long as possible. Still a lot of overs remaining. Mentioned earlier, 50 overs. There are a lot of overs in the context of what we've seen these days with the, as this one is hit straight to Sonny Lambris there. A rather soft dismissal again. And Demba, he gets his 4th wicket. A flighted delivery, and there was Tyson looking to punch that one really through the extra cover boundary, and a well taken catch there from Sonny Lambris. So they lose their 9th wicket. It's now 86 for 9, and the Vincentian team continue to just take wickets at regular intervals.
Yes, and they follow the coach's advice, keep going, because they keep going and backward from the pavilion to the crease. Rather than bat on and on and on, he's back to the pavilion. 86 for 9. As I said, it's a matter of really how long will he be able to survive? How long? Because you're really right down to the tail. And the new man in is Vincent Lewis, a left-arm medium-fast bowler. He doesn't have any real propensity in terms of batting. So I rather suspect that the innings could easily be wrapped up in this over here from Denver, if he is on target.
It's really been a disappointing effort, as you alluded to earlier, Gunny, from the Dominican team. You mentioned having won the toss and batting first, you really needed to show a bit more application. I'm sure you mentioned a couple of the players having played here before they signed a playing field should have been more aware of the conditions here. Having said that, I think the Vincentian bowlers, they bowl very well. They use the conditions very well. Darius Martin and Dean Brown this morning, they started the ball rolling very well. Dean Brown getting the initial breakthroughs, and then the introduction of Demba into the attack, owing to an injury to Otney Lewis, mind you. That's something we will have to investigate in terms of the extent of his injury. But that definitely worked out to be a blessing in disguise for the Vincentian team, because Demba has been able to really stamp his authority on this batting effort from the Dominican team in the form of 4 wickets so far.
No ball there. Very rare.
So it's a free hit.
What's that? Maybe he overstepped. It can be fielders outside the circle. It has to be overstepping. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it has to be overstepping.
So Lewis being offered an opportunity there to swing for the fences. I'm sure he'll be.
But there's no fence around us. Some lovely coconut trees on the western side. And on this side, southern end, is the old airport.
As Demba is bowling this one a bit slower. And there was Lewis. You mentioned his lack of batting pedigree. Really showed itself on that delivery. It was a short delivery. Not able to really find any sort of timing on that delivery. But thankfully for him, he gets a single. Puts Joseph back on strike. Brian Joseph. So this last wicket pairing, we'll be looking to add as much runs as possible to the final outcome of this Dominican batting effort. Demba, on the other hand, will be looking to just wrap up the innings. Maybe get himself a fifer as well.
He's trying. Forward defensive there. No additionally told that they're trying. It has not been the best of efforts from the Dominican batting lineup, though. We must be fair.
It's Demba once again. Bowls to Joseph. This one is beating him outside the off stump. We've seen quite a bit of that from Demba. Just going past the outside edge. And it's another over completed. At the end of it, it's 87. 87 for the loss of 9.
Yes, and as I said, the Dominican batting lineup, a couple of them played some injudicious shots. There's no ifs and buts about it. Some were beaten. I think 2 individuals got dismissed. Those bat balls are kept very low. There's no two ways.
Pascal.
I think two of them, Pascal and someone else, both of them. But outside of that, some of it was due to some injudicious shots. Some of them was some clever bowling, more so by Denver. 2 wickets went via full tosses from Kotoy. So it's a mixed bag in terms of the Dominican approach to batting, and a better effort could have seen them trying to get, initially we said 200, but that's out of the picture. 120, I even brought it right down to 120, but even struggling to get to 100.
As we're going to see another change in the bowling, is going to be Martin. We were speaking about his bowling, his earlier bowling efforts, where he really set the trend, really set the tone, as they would say. Bowl with good pace, good discipline, and he'll be looking to wrap up this innings. Coming into bowl to Lewis, the number 11. This delivery is walked down to the man there at third man for a single. Score moves on to 88, and a no ball signal there from Dayton Butler. It was a no ball actually called from the pavilion as well.
Yeah, but I actually saw it. I was looking at carefully out there, and certainly the front leg of his went fairly far forward. So I wasn't surprised that Butler called a no ball, to be honest with you.
So Dayton Butler, as you mentioned, had a very good CPL, in my opinion.
Yes, he's good enough to ended up in officiating in the final. I think a very good job he did as well.
Yes, definitely looking forward to great things from him. A former West Indian cricketer as well. So having him here in this tournament is definitely something that the players would be comfortable with, having someone of his ability. As we see in Martin running in to bowl to Joseph, a free hit. So this delivery, he's pulling this one over a short fine leg and should get to the boundary for a boundary. I think that's boundary number 5, Gunny. And a good shot there from Brian Joseph. Score moves on to 93 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, well, it's a free hit, and he made maximum capitalize on maximum runs. It could have been a maximum of 6. He didn't, but at least he got in a boundary, which would aid the Dominican cause in lifting their total, albeit small, but further up the ladder rather than going down and being dismissed in under 30 overs. Got into what? Over number 29. So it'll be short by a number of overs if they are dismissed now.
As Martin again comes in, bowls. This one is beating him outside the off stump. A good delivery. A test match type of delivery there. It's the type of delivery that will get the top order in problems. Yes, more so the lower order.
Well, the thing with it is, I'll put it this way, the ball was too good for him at batter number 10. Also, Osnet, there's women's football this afternoon at Annisville. With St. Vincent Grenadiers, they'll be up against Bermuda from 3 o'clock at the main Annisville playing field.
So definitely a lot happening by way of sports. So those of you at home having nothing to do at this point in time, you can just journey down to the Sane playing field, taking some of the action here, and then make your way over to the Annisville playing field. Yes, given the nature of the game at this moment in time, I think maybe you'll have a chance to see both games.
Yes, definitely. You'll see some of it here and some of it on the opposite side. Unfortunately for St. Vincent, we lost 5-0 to Barbados, and Bermuda defeated Guatemala, I think it was 2-0.
So Martin looking to wrap things up here for his team. Another shot. He's cutting this one. A good shot. Picking out Frederick there on the third man boundary. Another single. So short of a length delivery. That's a length that we've seen a lot of from Martin today. But on that occasion, Brian Joseph playing it rather comfortably in the end.
But surprisingly enough, you're seeing some good cricketing shots by the number 10 and 11 for Dominica, ensuring that they try to reach the 3-figure mark. And they are what, 5 short?
As Martin once again, this one is full. He's putting it straight to the man there, Romano Pair. Comes around quickly, prevents any thought of a single.
And they're playing Martin quite comfortable. Maybe they are feeling the ball onto the bat and are more comfortable as against the slow bowling of Cotoy and Denver. Unfortunately for St. Vincent, they have lost Lewis, who is off the field. And at the end of it, we'll investigate how damage, how badly damaged is his finger.
Yes, as Martin once again bowls a slow delivery this time. There was Vincent a chance for run out and his fumbled really. Uncharacteristic there of Kieran Katoy. He's normally very good in the field. Had a chance there to effect a run out, but thankfully from the Dominican perspective, he fumbled, so he allowed them to get another single. It's now 96. 96, yes, for the loss of 9. Dominica this morning in this first encounter between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica in the Windward Islands Senior Men 50 over tournament. They won the toss this morning and elected to bat, and they are now 95 for the loss of 9 wickets here at the Sion playing field.
Yes, and what I'm seeing here is that that degree of comfort in the number 10 and 11 batting against Martin. Very comfortable. The ball is hitting in the middle of the bat more often than not. And certainly, Ambrose needs to resort to spinners if he dismiss them quickly. But certainly, they're looking very comfortable against the Vincentian bowling, albeit not really any big set of runs. But the ball seems to be coming off the middle of the bat, something that they missed when the start of the innings.
As Demba continues in the quest for his 5-wicket haul, this one is stroked nicely out to long off. Another single there from Joseph. You mentioned a bit of confidence being exhibited here by both of these Dominican lower order batters. This one again is flighted. Coming forward is Joseph.
That's Joseph.
Plays it out to the man there, Captain Ambrose. Sure he'll be thinking about his time at the crease coming up. As Demba. Another slow delivery. He's varying his pace a bit, trying to use all of his experience, all of his guile to try and effect this breakthrough for his team.
But he's being denied by Lewis. The battle continues. Let's see what's going to happen, because he read it quite nicely a while ago and he checked the shot and the slow delivery.
Demba again flighting this one. He's playing it out to the man there, Frederick. It was quite unfortunate earlier. You mentioned not only Lewis Samgoni, you mentioned that he was actually making his debut, so it's a disappointing way for you to really start your career. As this one is hit, it's a big hit over long on for 6. The first maximum of this innings. A good shot there from Brian Johnson.
And brings up the
Brian
100.
Joseph, sorry.
And brings up the 100 with a really powerful strike over wide long on for 6. And certainly Dominica will feel a bit more comfortable now that they have not been dismissed inside of 100. They're going to 102 now for the loss of 9, and certainly Lewis and Joseph are giving the Vincentian bowlers just a little bit of a problem in relation to having the final dismissal.
Yes, the lower order here, they're trying to maybe issue a statement. Issue a statement to the top order, sorry, in terms of showing them that with a bit of application, a bit of know-how, a bit of patience, there's definitely runs to be scored here at the Sion playing field. But as we mentioned earlier, Gunny, it's not the type of wicket that you will go out and you score freely on, and you're not going to score 300, 350 in your 50 overs on this type of wicket. It's the type of wicket that you have to graft in terms of getting a total. As Martin once again is bowling short of a length, and there goes Lewis, playing rather comfortably in the end.
That's the operative word he used a while ago, graft. Because had they been grafting, because the way the indications are from the evidence is the number 10 and 11 look so comfortable against the same bowling attack that has taken 9 wickets previously. So quite right. Grafting was absent, and a better bit of discipline and application, they could have been in a better position. Could have been.
As Martin once again runs in. Another shot delivery is pulling at this one. Is up in the air. Chance for Maloney, and he takes it comfortably in the end. A well-judged catch there from Desmond Maloney. He has fielded well today, taking his second catch of the innings, and that's the end of the Dominican innings. Darius Martin putting the icing on the cake there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So a good bowling effort from the Vincentian team, as the Dominican team, having won the toss this morning, electing to bat first. They have folded for 101.
We'll have to get close to the score.
103, actually, 103 all out. A disappointing batting effort there from the Dominican team, Gunny Hines.
Yes, certainly a disappointing performance, or lack thereof, from the Dominican batting lineup. And even the last wicket pair looked the best besides Benjamin and Hodge. These look like the best pay, so to speak, in terms of frustrating the Vincentian bowling lineup. And that speaks volumes for the rest of the batting, and they really need to come to grips with the situation and understand, yes, 103 is on the board, and we'll have to go and fight for it. It's not any score that they should be happy about, but at least they should go out and put some fight, some effort into defending the 103. It's small, but you never know when they come to this game of cricket. Glorious uncertainties.
Definitely so. We spoke about the Dominican batting effort. What about the Vincentian bowling effort, Gunny?
Yes, I think the pick of the bowlers, Denver, he's really bowled well. He's created problems for all the batsmen that he bowled at. All. Dean Brown also had a very good spell at the top of the order. Martin wasn't as successful as he should have been, but he kept a very good disciplined line. Well, as we said, Lois got injured. We didn't see much of him, but from what we saw, he looked like he really could have had a long spell. He's off. And Katoy, I think, was fortunate to have gotten those 2 wickets with those full tosses. Hence, we spoke about the balancing between the batting and the bowling. But certainly, the pick of the bowler definitely was Denver.
Okay, brings me to my next question in terms of how much of the batting performance by the Dominican team was attributed to the state of the wicket or the competence of the Vincentian bowling effort?
Well, it's a combination of both. One, winning the toss and batting, I still believe it was the best choice. That's my firm belief. Good? The thing with it is they did not apply themselves properly. Yes, at times in cricket, you're going to meet bowlers who are they're about creating problems. You have to dig deep mentally once you're with that bat in your hand. So I'll be able to defend your wicket and defend the cause of the country club that you're playing for. So the thing with it is the Vincentian bowler was thereabout. The cunning and guile of Denver proved too great for them. And it created a lot of problems. And maybe the problem created from one end, they tend to free it up on the other end, as in the case of the 2 full tosses that Katoy got the wicket, figuring, well, look, they're easing the pressure, we try and hit this man away and so on and so forth, and they paid the price. And so it was a combination of both, lack of serious discipline, not reading the pitch properly, having lost 2 quick wickets. One would have thought that would have dug in, similar to what happened in that CPL final. They did the Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders didn't dig in after losing those early wickets. Similar thing here. They didn't dig in. They misread. And the execution of what was told to them, I believe, by the management, it was non-apparent. There's no 2 ways about it, non-existent. And they just went out there and playing as if it was a normal type of pitch where you can play through the line rather than graft, as you said earlier, and see how long they were able to bat and try to frustrate the Vincentian bowling lineup.
Okay, looking forward to the batting innings of the Vincentian team. What do you think is going to be key if they are to overhaul this total and overhaul it in a reasonable, comfortable manner?
I think it's the same thing I spoke about the Dominican, just the reverse. They need to be disciplined. Yes, they're going to meet some tight bowling. Dominica have a lot of spinners around them, and they hope from their standpoint, they'll be hoping that the spinners can hold the same line that Denver bowl and create problems for the Vincentian batting lineup. The thing with it is, how are the Vincentian batsmen going to respond to that? That will be the key. So discipline is definitely the key out there towards batting. That mental toughness must be there to grind it out, because the pitch is not the easiest of pitches to bat in. Though you can play shots, you have to be careful. Shot selection has to be top of the line. And I think if they bowl as well as we suspect they can, we could see a very interesting battle.
Okay, so Mr. Hines looking forward to an interesting battle this afternoon. So thank you very much for that analysis, Mr. Hines. What we'll do now from the Sion playing field, we'll take a short break, and we'll be back with you with a summary of what took place this morning and the start of the Vincentian innings.
Which is in about 10 minutes. Yes, back here at the Sion Hill playing field with the umpires moving out to the middle, so to speak. Glorious weather here. The cloud cover has gone and the sun is out in all its glory. Umpires Williams and Butler out in the middle. The Dominican team is in a huddle as the Vincentian opening pair make their way to the crease. The Dominican innings, Theophile 11, Hodge 8, Benjamin 21, the top scorer, Malachi Xavier 3, Vincent Lewis 4, Gilson Tyson 3, Jed Joseph 6, Brian Joseph 15, Tash Tavernier 11, Stephen Pascal 3, and Jahalson Alexander 4. I'm bowling for St. Vincent the Grenadines. Darius Martin, 5.2 overs, 1 for 4. Dean Brown, 4 overs, 2 for 18. Rashid Frederick, 6 overs, none for 20. Otney Lewis, 2 overs, 1 for 6. Kenneth Denbar, 9 overs, 4 for 21. Kiran Katori, 4 overs, 2 for 22. 103 all out in 31.2 overs. St. Vincent and Grenadines has to get 104 from their full 50 overs. And certainly, how many players got into double figures? Theophile 11, Benjamin 21, Brian Joseph 15, and Tash Tavernier 11. Just 4 players got into double figures. You had 4 4s and 1 6. That is the state of the Dominican innings.
Yes, we would have alluded to the disappointing nature of that batting effort from the Dominican team. Never really got their innings on. They never really got any momentum into their innings. And the Vincentian batsmen out there, Desmond Maloney and Gideon Pope, they'll be hoping to give the team a good start, try and get some momentum into the innings early. And given the small nature of this total, they'll be hoping that they can overhaul it with limited damage to the batting order.
Well, the thing about it is that knowing the Dominicans and their mentality, St. Vincent Grenadines will have to fight to get these runs. It's a total, these low totals tend to create problems and they tend to create excitement. So we're not too sure exactly how this one will pan out. What I can say, Dominica is not going to give up without a fight. So Gideon Pope will be taken for a strike from this one outside the leg stump. We have to identify the bowler. The bowler here is who? Kavem Hodge. He'll be coming from the southern end. The first one is a wide as Pope looking to swing that one somewhere down into the coconut trees down yonder. Missed. Hodge in. And this one outside the leg stump again. We seem to have struck the pad. Yes, umpire indicating struck the pad. And Hodge not on target there. Both deliveries on leg, outside leg stump. And it's been called down by Desmond Maloney. 1 without loss in Vincent Grenadines trying to get 104 to win this game. And so far, Pope seems to be in a hurry.
Yes, that's his general mode of operation. He'll be hoping that he could curb that type of aggressive nature and just try and get used to the conditions. We all know he has the power. He has the timing to clear any part of this ground. It's just a matter of batting with a bit of responsibility and giving yourself a chance, really.
Yes, you have all the power, but you have to have a head behind it. In. This one on his leg stump again, and Hodge seemed to be targeting around middle and leg for Pope, and he, having been spoken to by Malone, he curbed his natural aggression there in those 2 deliveries. Hodge to Pope. Pope again, staying right in the middle of the crease. They defended it out, fielded by Hodge, and no run. Dominica is not going to give up without a fight. It's something I believe is going to happen. The approach of the Vincentian batsman will be key. For our defensive again, in the approved fashion, as we know in the 4-day game, head well over the delivery, defended, no run. 1 without loss, St. Vincent Grenadines trying to get 104 to win this game. Dominica being dismissed for 103. For our defensive again, much better line, much better length. A pretty good over barring the first 2 deliveries from Hodge. And with Pope being spoken to by Maloney, he called his natural aggression.
Yes, that's a very good over. Good start from Hodge, showing all his experience. Gideon Pope, they're anxious in the first couple of degrees to really get going, but thankfully for him, he had the experienced partner in the form of Maloney at the other end, who was able to just convince him that just bat and get used to the conditions. 50 overs to make 104 runs, required a run rate of just around 2 runs per over, so no pressure at all really on these Vincentian batters. I would like to think that if they manage to bat the 50 overs, they should be able to overhaul this total. On the other hand, the Dominican team, any thoughts of a victory would really revolve around dismissing or bowling out the Vincentian team.
Well, there's no two ways about it. They cannot hold them under 103 and 50 overs, so they have to. The only way they can win this game is to dismiss them. The only way. So the approach, as I said, is key in terms of the approach from both teams. So Dominica will be going ultra aggressive towards getting 10 wickets. Number is 10. Vincentian number is 104. So that's the name of the game. So
appears to be Tyson. Gillan
Tyson, right arm fast medium from the northern end, the flow end, if you want to call it that, through to the keeper. That one had seemed to have a bit of pace in it.
Yes, definitely. A bit of lift as well. We have seen that from this end with the new ball. Earlier we saw Darius Martin really getting the ball to jump off of a length. It's interesting to see Benjamin being the wicketkeeper as well, a short man.
So Tyson from the northern end in. So one outside the off stump, and Maloney picked up the line and allowed to go through to the keeper Benjamin, and there is no run. But Maloney himself is an ultra aggressive batsman as well.
Yes, he is, but I think, and having seen him recently, he tends to try and build his innings.
So he has calmed down there.
He still has the power and the aggression when needed, but I think he has really grown and matured as a player. Hasn't really had the returns in recent times as it relates to the first class level. I'm sure he'll be hoping to get his name back into the hat, as they would say, as it relates to Windward Island cricket, both in the 50 over tournament and the 4-day format. So this is a big tournament for him.
Hasn't the team been selected?
No, I think at the end of this tournament they're going to have a best of the best competition where they will select the 14 players to represent the Windward Islands in the West Indies 50 over tournament.
So it's imperative that persons who wants to get in should perform?
Yes, definitely.
Well, the ball is in their court, not our court. We can only say what we see. Tyson, right arm fast medium. Again outside the off stump, through to the keeper. That one had a bit of carry, taken cleanly by the short man, John Benjamin, who top scored for Dominica with 21 in their paltry score of 103.
I think there's something we have seen quite a bit of here at the Sion playing field in terms of the new ball. A fast bowler with the new ball tends to get a bit of lift, a bit of movement off the wicket. So as an opening batsman, you really need to be focused in terms of knowing where your off stump is and just give the bowler the respect he deserves. And hopefully you'll be able to catch up sooner or later. As we mentioned, it's not a big total, as we are seeing Maloney walking this one out to deep square leg. He's off the mark. It's not a big total, so it's important for you to just bat and bat as long as possible. The runs will definitely come.
But the natural instinct is to be ultra aggressive, because we have to face the reality of life. This generation of cricketers seem to be set in a mode of T10 and T20 cricket, and that has certainly been anchored in their minds. Aggression.
Agreed.
So a single there to Maloney's off the mark. It's 2 without losses. Umpire Williams took his own good time to come from one square to the next, diametrically on the opposite side of the field. At the Sion playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Tyson in, and Pope hammers that one to the boundary for 4. That is Gideon Pope, as you know. Short of a length, and he waited on the back foot. As you said, he has the power, and he really powered that one over mid-wicket for 4. Certainly a shot of intent.
Definitely a lot of intent there from Gideon Pope. We saw that in the first 2 deliveries of his previous over. On this occasion, a short delivery from Tyson give him the opportunity to free his arms really. And whenever the Gideon Pope gets the opportunity to free his arms, we all know as long as he make any form of connection with that big bat of his, it's definitely going to go anyway from to the boundary in essence.
Some of the biggest boundaries I saw at Annesville last year in the T10 was from Gideon. First time I saw numerous sixes being swung over the scoreboard on the eastern side, which is not normal. And it really went a long way. I think last VPL 10, one actually ended up into the old airport. It was a powerful hit from the big man. So Hodge to Maloney. Maloney stands up on this one, tall, and forces it back to the bowler, and there is no runs. 6 without loss, and Vincent Grange is trying to get 104 to win this game. Dominica looking for 10 wickets. As Hodge with a slip, backward point, cover, mid off, long on, forward defensive in the approved fashion, Maloney, and there is no run. There's a long off, long on, deep mid wickets, short square, and a fine leg. As Hodge in, Maloney pushes at this one tentatively back to the bowler, and there is no run. A lot of tentativeness there from Maloney. Hodge in. Back goes Maloney. A bit of airborne to that fielder there at shortish mid-wicket. And he misfielded and gave Maloney the opportunity to get his second run. 7 for the loss of no wickets in Vincent Grendine's over number 3 being delivered by Kevin Hodge. From the southern end, glorious weather here at Annesville, at Sion Hill. So accustomed to Annesville, but it's really at Sion Hill. Hodge in, and here is Pope sweeping at this one here, going close to the boundary. They have one. He's coming back. The big man is really running for all his worth, and he gets another 2. And it's now 9. Pope goes up to 6. Pope is on 6, 9 without loss into over number 3. And Dominica looking for early wickets to try and bring themselves back into this game, so to speak. And we'll see how this battle pans out. As Hodge will continue, just a slight hold up at the northern end there. Something seemed to have happened beyond our eyes. Everybody's looking at that area. Back goes Pope, defended it. End of the over, 3 overs gone, 9 without loss. And steady at the start.
A steady start from the Vincentian in their reply to 103 being made by the Dominican team. Just a bit more on Pope. I think he as well will have aspirations to make the Windward Islands team. Last year, I think he spent some time in the Netherlands a couple of years ago, which would have contributed to his slimmer nature, as you alluded to earlier. And he came back last year and did reasonably well in the first couple of games in the Windward Islands tournament. Didn't finish as well as he would have liked. So I'm thinking that this tournament is a big one for him in his quest to really get back amongst the Windward Islands senior men's setup.
It's that delivery there from Tyson. Maloney on the back foot defended it out on the offside, and there's no run. Strange enough how the media can build you or destroy you. I said that to say when he returned to the Caribbean after the Under-19 World Cup, he was touted as the next Chris Gayle. And that worked the opposite way. I'll get back to that. Tyson in, right arm fast medium ball, outside the off stump and guided, I will say, guided between second slip and gully, down to third man for a single, so he goes up to 2. It's 10 without loss over number 4. Because the media tends to say things about how great you are at 18, 17, and you're nowhere near the world. And it tends to get to some youngsters' minds. It doesn't matter whether it's male or female. It tends to get to some minds that are not so strong. And it has almost destroyed him.
Yes, I think he was also involved in an accident. I think that would have contributed to not seen a lot of him during the last few years. But hopefully for him, he would have recovered fully. And I think he has a lot to bring to the table. I think he, with the right mindset, with the right attitude for hard work, I think he can bring a lot to this Windward Island team. If selected.
He has lost a couple of years of his talent. You know, because I would not have used the term about an ex-Chris Gale. Allow the guy to develop.
But I think the
media, I said
yes, the emergence of social media and these things as well. It's a lot of pressure on and off the field for these sportsmen, not only in the world of cricket, but in most of the other sports around the world. Outside
the off stump, taken cleanly by Benjamin, and there is no one. The thing about it, if you're not mentally strong, it could destroy you. There's no ifs and no buts, and as you said, with the social media, you can find yourself thinking how great you are when you're so far from it, rather than concentrating in the game. If you don't have the right persons around you to guide you, you can end up in the problems. Tyson in, and he's put fine outside the off stump. He really played a big one there. Missed taken cleanly by Benjamin, and there's no run. It's 10 for without loss into over number 4. As St. Vincent Grendy is looking to get 104 to win this game. Dominica being dismissed for 103 of 31.2 overs. Jen Benjamin, 21 being the top score. Kenneth Denbar, 4 for 21. 2 for 22, Kieran Kotoy. 2 for 18, Dean Brown were the main wicket takers for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Here is Tyson in. Good judgment outside the off stump, allowed to go by to the keeper, and there is no one. So the end of over number 3, it's number 4. It's 10 without loss, St. Vincent and Grenadines. Yeah, but going back to the conversation, you have seen so many young athletes, netballers, volleyballers, cricketers being destroyed by social media.
I think it's something that sportsmen have to get used to. It's part of your learning curve. Maybe 50, 70 years ago, this was not part of what existed. So it's part of your learning curve as a sports person, as you seek to launch and even grow into your career, your sporting career.
Hodge in. Maloney forward defensive. I can see his intent is to steady and try and build an innings. Back to the bowl lines, no run. Hodge is a very cagey customer. And he is be bowling to Maloney, forward defensive again. Back to the ball, he's into his 3rd over. And he has gone for very little. He's gone for 3 in his over so far. Very tight, similar to Denver. Similar type of bowler. Tight, cagey. Back goes Maloney. Forced it out to short square, and there's no run. 10 without loss.
Both of these players going to know each other very well. Hodge played for the Windward Islands as well as Desmond Maloney a couple seasons ago. So it's definitely one of those contests, again, we can look forward to seeing as long as it lasts.
Flighted, driven out to straightish mid-wicket. No run, 10 without loss, over number 5. And the pressure is really on as far as Maloney is concerned, because it's not giving him anything loose. Again, this one on the leg stump, and he defended it back to the bowl, and there's no one. So the pressure is building. Mind you, there's still 45 overs after this. So he has to be very mindful of that. That's what I'm speaking about, the mental fortitude. In. And this one driven through covers. He's going to get at least 2 here. 1. They should come for a second one. The return comes in. And 2 more to Maloney. He goes up to 4. It's at the end of over number 5. It's 12. 12 for the loss of no wickets over number 5. And certainly a good battle is on here.
Yes, 2 runs coming from that over from Hodge. Maloney and that final delivery just coming forward and in his own language style, just stroking it through the extra cover region for 2. So he seemed to be prepared to bat as long as possible. 5 from 17 deliveries. We mentioned before that there's really no rush for the Vincentian batters. A lot of overs in the bank, just to get a paltry total of 104 for victory. I think Pope will be more of the aggressor in this partnership. based on the evidence that we have seen so far.
Yes, Tyson will continue from the northern end, the flow end, the Kingston end, and he'll be bowling to Gideon Pope, the big left-hander. This one right on target. He can do nothing else than defend, and defended it quite nicely, and there's no run. And we're seeing that sort of, maybe too early to speak, that sort of discipline.
Yes, more of the same is expected from him, Gideon Pope. A good line there from Tyson as well. Seemed to be hitting the bat very hard. Not really rushing to the crease in terms of his run-up, but seemed to be strong in his shoulders, getting the ball to just move off the wicket, getting a bit of a lift as well. So good contest here between bat and ball.
Tyson to Pope. Again, on line, also very similar. Line, length, same shot from Pope, out to mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, you know, so how good are some of our sports people with mathematics? Because I think maths play a key role in cricketers' life. Being able to look at the scoreboard, do what has to be done. I'll get back to that. You're a teacher. You're a maths teacher. In. Again, this one on the leg stump, turns it out to straightish, made on, and there's no run. Because, you know, I always tend to say and maintain it, 50 overs is 300 balls. 20 overs is 120 balls. It's not 20 overs, it's not 50 overs. Check the balls. And you can sit there and bat and do a much better job than what we are seeing from some of our cricketers. How good are they at maths? You are a maths teacher, you help. You're partly to be responsible for some of the problems we face. As Tyson in, outside the off stump to the keeper, and there is no run. Is there falling off of the maths percentage and so on, or is it an improvement? What is it all about? Because in our day, there was no two ways about it. We had to do maths.
I think it's a variety of factors, Gunny. You mentioned earlier the introduction of the shortened games in terms of T10 and T20. It's really not allowing our cricketers at this junior level to really learn to bat long, as they would say. Back in your day, 50, 40 years ago, we didn't have these shortened games. So most of the times you learn to bat 50 overs, 40 over cricket you're playing. So that's something our youngsters definitely have to get used to if they are to really succeed at the highest level.
Yeah, but the simple thing is maths. 10 overs is 60 balls. 20 overs, 120 balls. Right? What is wrong with upstairs to realizing that? Upstairs of the players. Not getting at anybody. Players general. 2 down for 5 after 2 overs. You have 18, you have 108 balls to bat. Why don't you sit down and bat properly? That's the point I'm making. In. And this one striking on the pad. This has been a good over so far from Tyson. Thereabout. I think it's a maiden. It's a very good over there by Tyson. And I said keeping the pressure on the Vincentian batsmen. When will they explode?
6 overs completed, 12 without loss, so not really running away with it here, the Vincentian top order. Scoring a 2 runs per over. We saw a similar thing when the Dominican team batted, just that they would have lost 2 wickets already. Dean Brown making some early inroads into that batting order. The 2 Dominican bowlers here bowling very steady, but I'm sure at the back of their minds they'll be hoping, they'll be anxious really to make a breakthrough for the team.
So it's Hodge will continue from the southern end, airport end. And that one strike him on the pad, and there's an appeal for an LBW decision. Umpire Williams walked away. Matt Monroe style, walk away. He says not out. So
maybe a bit of height there saving Maloney, I'm not sure. In
Dominica, not reminiscing on the beautiful music of Matt Monroe. It's really a great tune. Have you ever heard it, Tyson? Last night. In. And this one, in between gap between straightest mid on and square leg, and he collects a single. 13 without loss. At the end of 6 overs, Dominica won 19 for 2. St. Vincent Grenadines are now 12 for 2. They are now to 13. 12 without loss. And it's now 13 without loss. So it's out of level pegging is a question of the wickets, that 4th column.
I think the difference is that the Vincentian team will know what total they're actually chasing.
Yes.
And it's not a big total as we mentioned earlier. So it's a matter of applying themselves in the most effective way.
Driven out to mid-off by Pope, no run, 13 without loss, and Hodge has really been immaculately delivering these balls whereby they find it difficult to score. And here is Pope driving out to wide long on, should easily been 2, but here Maloney just chipping away. I just don't follow it. Unlike Benjamin, where we saw he was hustling the first one and putting the fielder under pressure. These are the little things that coaches should be taking note of. The Australians said to run the first run hard. Here it is from Hodge to Maloney defended, and there is no run. 14 without loss in Vincent Grandies in over number 7. They're just going at about 2 per over. In. And here's Maloney driving it up to long on, past the straightish mid on, and he gets another single. It's 15 now for the loss. 15 without loss at the end of over number 7.
Yes, another steady over there from Hodge. 3 runs coming from that one. The Vincentian pair continue to just bat resolutely, just working the ball into the gaps. You're still seeing a bit of intent from Gideon Pope, but just hasn't been able to really launch his innings as yet in terms of his usual self. But thankfully for him and for the Vincentian team, no wickets have been lost up to this point. So they'll be hoping that they can just lay a foundation for the team in terms of a good partnership.
How do you think this dour approach will continue?
Well, knowing the nature of these two players, I think at some point in time we'll see an uptick in the scoring rate, given their true nature. I think it's an effort here, a concerted effort for them to actually just build themselves and play in themselves, and hopefully they'll be able to pick it up at any point later on in their innings.
Tyson in. There it is. That's to Maloney looking to work it out on the onside. From my position, it seemed to have gotten a nick. I thought I had a double song, and there is no run. So the explosion can come at any time. Basically, that's what you're saying.
I think they might have an eye on the lunch break as well. Not too sure. They have to confirm with the third, the match official, the match referee, in terms of when that is.
Tyson in. Just as we said, it's a matter of time with the explosion. Short of a good length, and Maloney onto the back foot quickly and spanked that one to widest long on to the fence for 4. And certainly, this is the sort of thing we just spoken about, the explosion. It has to come because these two players, I don't think Dow is in their approach to batting.
Yes, that was a very good shot there from Maloney. A short of a length delivery there from Tyson. And that's actually one of his favorite shots, Maloney. Anybody who have seen Maloney over the years knows that that pull shot is a favorite of his. Well executed on that occasion.
This one on his body lifting, and he turns this one out on the onside down to deep square, and he gets a single. It's 20 now, 20 without loss. We're into over number 8, 20 without loss. At this stage, at the end of it, Dominica were 26 for 2. SVG 20 without loss. So the explosion will come at any time, man. These guys are not accustomed to, there's a good old saying before you were born, pooch punching, as we call it as time, about the dour approach to batting. These guys are not this type. This generation is about aggression and super aggression, sometimes to their own detriment. Tyson in. Striking him at the but I believe it pitching outside leg stump, the motion of his body trying to turn it on the onside, and there is no run.
But Tyson appears to be a very slippery customer. Just getting Pope in a bit of discomfort on that occasion.
He's going a little sharper than he appears. 20 without loss in Vincent Grandine's, a matter of 84 runs away from victory. Dominica looking for number 10. This one outside the leg stump and gone wide outside the leg stump, and it is exactly what I call a wide, and that will be a wide plus 4, that's 5. Send the total up to 25. 25 without loss, 25 without loss. But certainly, Looney is lying there, the left-hand, right-hand combination. And the short man, Benjamin, they had no way of catching that past the rope, and 5 to the total, 25 without loss. St. Vincent Grenadines at this particular point in time, cruising. At this particular point in time, one has to be careful. As Tyson now, let's see how he's going to rebound from that delivery in. But it's a good one. This is really a good one, believe you me. A snorter. And Pope had to get out of the way. Aggression, I spoke about the aggression in batting. Now we see the aggression in the bowling. A beautiful delivery there by Tyson. Short, looking to hit the breakfast table there of Pope.
It's always great to see good fast bowling, and definitely a bit of pace being exerted here from Tyson. Getting the ball to skid through. And Pope there taking evasive action. Well played in the end from him. Chopping his hands.
Tyson into Pope. Pope pushes at this one, same tough thing, the outer portion of the bat, and missed the bat, struck the partner, the leg by 26 without loss at the end of that over. But certainly excitement there with that one delivery. Where did it come from?
I just think a bit more effort being exerted there on that particular delivery from Tyson. Maybe disappointed from his previous delivery, which went down the leg side for 4 wides. But it was a good over, good testing over. Gideon Pope not at his fluent best, especially against Tyson from that end. He's getting the ball to really get a sort of a tennis ball bounce at this end. But bending his back, which is good to see. The sun is pretty hot here at the Sion playing field. But he's still able to give his all in trying to effect a breakthrough here for the Dominican team. I think the new bowler is Lewis, Vincent Lewis, the number 11 batsman. So he was
left arm. I believe he's a left arm. I've seen him a number of years. Should be left arm. He's fairly slippery.
So Hodge coming out of the attack after 4 overs. An economical 4 overs from him. He didn't manage to get a breakthrough for his team, but he was able to just keep the scoring rate in check, which is relatively important given the small nature of the total. But I think the captain will be thinking wickets being the order of the day here as they seek to overhaul the Vincentian batting lineup. So it's Vincent Lewis, a left arm seamer, coming in from the old airport end. The ball into Gideon Pope. 7 from 24 deliveries, Pope. Not what you would come to expect from him in terms of his strike rate. But he's there. And as long as he's there, he has the ability to actually pick up his scoring rate. As Vincent Lewis just missing his run-up. Maybe intentionally as well. So there's a slip. There's a man there at short third man. Or gully region actually. A man at backward point. Deep extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a man at fine leg. So the captain actually have quite a few fielders in his circle. Which is good to see. As we mentioned earlier, Gunny, wickets definitely would be the order of the day for the Dominican team. They're not going to be able to restrict the Vincentian batting to 50 overs without overhauling his total.
They're trying, you know. If you look at the efforts, especially from Tyson, tight from his end, Hodge on the other end, probed away. Unfortunate, he didn't get anyone out. But certainly, they are trying. But they are being met steadfastly by Maloney and Pope, though not at their aggressive best.
As we see in Lewis once again, bowls, and this is outside the off stump. Maybe a bit of movement away. Pope just letting those first 2 deliveries to go outside the off stump. So we mentioned he's on 7 from 26 deliveries. Maloney on the other end, he's on 12 from 24. So both batters really taking a bit of time to get their innings going. Uncharacteristically, I must add.
Maybe the eyes on bigger things.
So Lewis once again. Comes in, he's short and he's pulling this one in front of square there. Pope, not timing it as well as he would have liked. And a bit of slack running once again. It's something that they definitely need to address moving forward.
Maloney's at fault. He was ball watching rather than looking to run, press for the first one and go back. And he has to improve in this area if you're going to go at the regional level and succeed.
Yeah, so it was a shortish delivery. Lewis there not exerting the same type of pace we're seeing from Tyson from the other end. And Pope was able to just maneuver that ball in the gap there at deep mid wicket. And definitely should have been 2 runs. So 27 for the loss of no wicket. The Vincentian team responding to 103 being made by Dominica. But this one is coming forward there, Maloney. A chance for a quick single. Well run. Good call. So that's the opposite of the previous delivery where he failed to really acknowledge the fact that a second run was possible on this occasion. Was stroking it out to the man there at mid-on and going through for a well-taken single in the end.
Is it because this is his run?
It's 28 without loss. Action being brought to you here from the Sion playing field. As this one is swinging at this one, taking the edge and goes all the way to the boundary for 4. So a bit fortuitous there from Gideon Pope. But as they say, when you're swinging, you swing hard.
That is a fact. It swung real hard and it flew over everybody's head. Fortuitously to the boundary for 4. But the aggression has to come. It's their second nature. Both batsmen not accustomed to be so slow in their batting approach. And so it has to come at some stage.
I think he was aiming somewhere there in those coconut trees we're seeing to our left. So it's 32 without loss. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As Lewis again comes in. This one is stroking this one nicely. That's a much better shot. Timing it beautifully over long on for 6. I think that was a much better shot than the previous one where he was trying to hit the cover of the ball. This time he just stayed in the shot, timed it well, and as we mentioned before, he has the power to clear any part of this ground.
This is a beautiful shot we've just seen there from Pope. Right in the slot, and he just lifted it nonchalantly over long on. The man with power, and he's gone for a maximum. And certainly those shots, the boundary and now the maximum, would send the wrong message to the Dominican because they realize he has the power, particularly that last shot. He has the power, he can clear any part of this field here. And certainly the score suddenly rushed on to 38 without loss, and St. Vincent Grenadines at this point in time, I would not hesitate to say cruising.
Definitely a very good response so far from them. What we have seen is that the 2 batsmen were willing to fight it out really in the early overs, where Tyson will be continuing from the flow end, but definitely was a bit in the pitch for him with the new ball. But they've been able to get through that initial period, and now we are seeing them branch off into a more aggressive approach. As this one is hitting him on the pads there, I think a bit of an inside edge.
Definitely a bad pad. You can hear it from this distance.
But going back to that last shot, Gunny, I think that should act as a template for Gideon Pope in terms of you don't need to hit the cover of the ball really. You just need to time it, and I think he has enough power to do so, especially on this type of wicket. You're not going to beat the ball all over the playing field really. It's just a matter of being selective in your approach and trying to time the ball as opposed to trying to muscle the ball.
Yes, it was a beautiful shot. Timing was key. And it just sailed over the ropes.
Tyson again, short of a length, and Maloney goes back and plays it out to the man there at mid-wicket. Captain Hodge, number 22, sporting on his back. So 38 without loss. We're into the 10th over. So scoring rate of just around 3.8 runs per over. The scoring rate definitely picking up from a couple of overs ago when we were saying it was hovering at 2.
Yes,
So
it's gone now. That previous over at 10. So it just lifted the run rate.
So definitely channeling the rate in the direction we're used. As this one is cut over, third man, 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the fence, So another loose delivery there from Tyson. In the previous over, he went short and Maloney was able to deposit him over long on for 4, and this time outside the off stump, allowing Maloney the freedom to free his arms really, and was able to get good connection. And another boundary added to the total. So a bit of momentum being injected into the Vincentian innings at this point in time.
The aggression is there. Both batsmen, and we know they are very aggressive batsmen. We saw 2 shots from Pope and now 1 from Maloney, and suddenly the run rate has gone up, you know. It's now 42 without loss, 62 more runs for victory.
As this one, he's using his feet. Maloney was looking to go at the bowler there. Tyson saw him coming and dig the thing a bit shorter. Maybe bend his back a bit more as well. Got a bit of lift off that delivery. So well bowled from Tyson.
I think it was ill advised to be honest with you. You're going along, cruising. The loose delivery has come up, the previous delivery. You got a boundary. Why charge on the next one? It reminds me of 4 run.
As we're going to see Tyson continuing. A good battle here with Desmond Maloney. This one is full on, he's driving this one, timing it as well as he would have liked. Seemed to be on the back foot there, Gunny. A fuller length, not able to really exert his weight transfer onto the front foot, and hence not timing it as well as he would have liked.
He was 11-footed with that, because had he been more flexible and getting that front leg out of the way, certainly would have spanked that to the boundary for 4, but he's 11-footed. So basically at the end he really just pushed it with his upper body strength.
As Tyson once again. As this one is on the line of the off stump, well played by Maloney. Tyson into his 5th over. Well, actually just completed his 5th over. None for 24 so far. So at the end of the 10th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines responding to 103 being made by Dominica this morning. They are 42 without loss. Maloney, he's on 17. Pope, he's on 18.
Yes, and at this stage, Dominica, after 10, they were 38 for 3. So just 4 runs difference. But the thing about it, 3 wickets fell. St. Vincent hasn't lost any. So it's really a question now of if one looks at the graph on either side, St. Vincent well ahead of the run rate, loss of wickets and everything. And the approach by the batsman has changed. And are we going to see a change of bowling? We see some meddling around there.
I think it's still Lewis.
It's still Lewis?
Yes, Vincent Lewis.
Yes, the left arm fast bowler. I think he's from the south of Dominica. I think if I'm not mistaken, going up from that Newtown area, going to the south.
Mr. Hines, you seem to be very abreast with the terrains in the Dominica.
Yes, I've been to Dominica for a number of times, and I have ensured that I have a good idea of the country.
As we're going to see Lewis, he'll be looking to bounce back from that last over where he was deposited for a huge 6 over long on from Gideon Pope.
A place in that area they call Point Macushuen. Another one by the name of Point Michel.
As Lewis comes in, bows to Pope, and he's just defending that one into the leg side.
There was a composition done by Swinging Stars. Always sticks out in my mind, and the team that year in my mind. Point Michel girls are the best. The sweet, sweet, sweet in the waist. Beautiful music.
Beautiful music indeed, as the Dominican team will be looking to make some inroads here into the batting lineup of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines senior men's team. Don't forget, this is coverage coming to you from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm here at Sion Hill in the Windward Islands senior men 50 over tournament. We also have another game being played on the western side of the island at Cumberland between St. Lucia and Grenada. And I think we'll have an update on the score for you in a while. But here at the Annisville playing field, the Dominican team, they won the toss. They made 103, and St. Vincent in response are 42 without loss, as Pope is swinging this one out to deep square leg. Maybe thankfully for him not making the connection that he was looking for, because the man out there was just in line with that delivery. limits it to a single. So the score moves on to 43 without loss. Brings Desmond Maloney into strike. So it's a good day for cricket here at the at the Sion playing field. Sorry. I'm sure you will have heard my co-commentator mention Annisville. We're so used to doing commentary there. But Sion Hill is also picturesque ground as Maloney is coming on to his front foot and working at 102. The man there at backward point. There's no run. So 43 without loss into the 11th over. Definitely a good response here from these Vincentian openers.
Well, in all seriousness, in terms of about 4 lengths in front, because no wickets has fallen, the score is getting closer and closer to victory. We'll launch at 1 o'clock, another 25 minutes. I don't think they will get them except they really go helter-skelter. But it seemingly would finish early after lunch.
As Lewis once again into Maloney. Maloney trying to walk this one on the leg side. Not finding the gap. Captain Hodge, Gunny, what would be going through his mind at this point in time?
Well, it's a good question you've asked. No matter trying something, well, he will know the bowling armory that he has, and it's a matter of who is to try. I am not sure who are the rest bowlers.
This one is driving nicely there. There's Ron Maloney out to the man there, Pascal, at long off for another single. So 2 runs coming from that over, and the Vincentian team, they're 44 without loss.
If I were in his position, I would have removed Tyson and brought in a spinner, whomsoever the spinner is, and see what happens.
Yes, I was just about to mention that in terms of the limited use of spin so far. We saw the captain himself opening the bowling, but he has actually reverted to his pace bowlers. And I think we're going to see another pace bowler coming in. Looks to be Brian Joseph, if I'm not mistaken. Is it Brian Joseph?
Yeah, there's a Brian Joseph, and there's a Jed Joseph, one of the Josephs.
I think it's actually Brian Joseph will be coming into the attack.
Yeah, but
another seaming option for the Dominican team. So maybe
Dominica had to face 21 overs of Vincentian spin. That should be a cue.
Yes, we were just I was just about to allude to the fact that Demba and even Kotoy, those were the successful bowlers on this particular wicket.
He had 2 overs and he left the field injury. But he got a wicket.
He's hitting this one over long on, should be able to get close to the boundary there.
2 runs.
And
2 runs. 2
more runs added to the total. Not timing it as well, Maloney. So yes, it's Brian Joseph. It's actually Brian Joseph. I'm coming into the attack, replacing Tyson from that flow end.
Thought he bowled fairly well, Tyson. He was hitting it thereabout. And it appears to me as if he meets a pitch that have a little bit in it, I think it could be a handful.
Yes, he definitely gave it his all. I don't think his captain can fault his efforts. And definitely was trying to get the breakthrough for his team, so a bit of bounce from him, a bit of pace. Especially in this hot sun, that's not something you can really fault Tyson for. But the new bowler, Joseph, he'll be looking to continue where Tyson would have left off and add something to that 4th column, which is very important in terms of wickets.
As far as Dominica is concerned. But the mood over the last 10 minutes or so from both batsmen seems to suggest that they are going to play a couple of shots.
Yes, we're seeing a bit more aggression from Maloney in the last couple of overs. He'll be looking at the new bowler here, Joseph, and trying to put a bit of pressure on him. Hopefully, as we see, this appears to be a slow ball from Joseph. Maloney walking it out to Pascal there. It's good to see some of the under-19 youngsters, Gunny, that we recently saw in the tournament held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines being elevated to the senior team, the likes of Pascal. I think we have Auguste as well.
Yes, it's important that these individuals be given the opportunity. You see, one of the problems I think is missing from what I'm seeing is the proactive approach that is missing.
This one is driving down to long on Maloney. Well played by him. Gets another single. So easy pickings, as they would say, from the
Similar to what
Vincentian.
they did to Frederick, milk him, sort of, just push away, singles, and push away. But to be honest with you, we are seeing more of a reactive type of decision making from both Ambrose and now Hodge. We're not seeing that proactive because here it is, the two fields men are gone way out on the long on and off boundary. You're looking for wickets. You can't defend the runs. So might as well you do something different. That's the point I want to get across.
As Pope facing up to Joseph for the first time. His delivery short of a length outside the off stump. Bit of a slow delivery as well, so Joseph seemed to be the type of bowler who will be changing up his pace a bit, which could be beneficial on this type of wicket. We'll see how he goes.
More in the 2020 mode with the different change of paces and so on.
48 without loss into over number 12. So just around the 4 runs per over mark on the Vincentian team. As Joseph once again comes in, bowls to Maloney. Maloney's walking his one down to long on once again. Easy pickings. And always a single on that occasion as long as he gets it past the man there at short mid-wicket. So another added to the total. 49 without loss. Maloney takes his personal tally up to 22.
But strange enough with Dominica, they were seeing 3 seamers, as in the olden days. They were packed with spinners. Is there a change in attack as far as Dominican teams are concerned?
It's a good length from Joseph. Pope there just defending that one out to the man there at cover. It's the end of the 12th over, and at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines cricket team, they are 49 without loss, responding to 103 being made by the Dominican team earlier today.
Yes, and St. Vincent Grenadines in cruise control, moving closer to the victory target of 104. The 49 have been wiped away. It's a matter of 55 more runs towards victory. The whole afternoon is to come, and the next 18 minutes before lunch, and it's a question of holding their selves together and bat up until lunch. You see exactly where they're going to end at lunchtime. Maybe about 65 there, about without loss, 70 without loss. And it's a matter of just cruise to victory sometime shortly after lunch. As we see Vincent Lewis into Maloney. Maloney clips this one away out on the onside, down to deep, mid-wicket. And the total goes up to 50. The 50 is up. 50 is up. St. Vincent and Grenadines responding to Dominica 103, being dismissed of 31.2 overs. 50 is up. St. Vincent and Grenadines, and certainly in cruise control.
Cruise control indeed, Gunny. Just the type of response the Vincentian team were looking forward to, in terms of not losing a wicket, and both batsmen really spending some time at the wicket in terms of constructing an innings.
Lewis in, and Harris Pope defended it out on the offside to cover, and there is no run. So it's really a question of trying to bat up until lunch, cock your feet up, as we tend to say, and get back after lunch, resume, and bring home the bacon, so to speak, for SVG. As Lewis, the left arm, fast medium. One thing I said to him years ago, haven't seen him in Dominica, his run-up is too long. You can cut that and be more effective. Lewis in. Outside the off stump, and here is Gideon Pope fleeing with this one outside the off stump, looking to cut that one somewhere over the boundary, missed, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. 50 without loss, into over number 13. At the end of 12, Dominica were 42 for 3 at the end of 12 overs. St. Vincent Grenadines has bettered that. The important thing, they have not lost a wicket.
Just an update on the other game, Gunny. St. Lucia, 243 for 7 from 41 overs.
Wow.
You have
in, and here is Pope banging that one to mid-wicket. You're going to get that, should be 2. Short of a good length there from Lewis. Jaden Pope will lay on the back foot and just clap that one down to wideish mid wicket, and he gets 2 more runs and total up to 52. 52 without loss. They're at the halfway stage, trying to get another 52 to turn this into a victory. Very good score from St. Lucia, 243 for 7 against Grenada. The surface is much different than here at Cumberland. This one from Lewis outside the off stump, and Pope on top of it, and there is no run. But certainly, where Dominica will be playing their next game against Grenada, I think it is, or St. Lucia. I'll tell you that in a while, but they'll be playing at the Cumberland playing field, which is more conducive to fast bowling.
Yes, I'm Shadrach Descarte. I think some of our local viewers will know him. He played in the VPL, sorry. Played in the CPL as well for St. Lucia Kings. He's on 97 from 82 balls, so definitely having a field day here, Descarte.
And I said the pitch there is different to the one. The surface is different to this one here. Totally different. That is at the Cumberland playing field on the western side of SVG. And at the end of over number 13, missed it there, the total is 53. 54 for the loss of no wickets, 54 without loss. Another 40 runs to get in 20 and 37 overs, but lunch is approaching. So it's a question of 52 more to get for victory. So the seam bowling continues, and I think I'm a bit surprised that the spinners are not being used, if there are spinners in the team, which I suspect there are spinners in the team. Hodge could easily have given himself another 2 overs from this end. In Joseph, and here is Maloney on the front foot, pushes this one out to mid wicket, and there is no one. 52 without loss. 13 overs is gone. At this stage, Dominica were 44 for 3. That's a big difference. 44 for 3 as against 52 without loss. And certainly, St. Vincent Grenadines being the superior team from the start of play today. In goes Joseph, and he's driven. Seemed to have hit more the tail of the bat and stopped at shortish extra cover, and there is no run. But certainly, it's really and truly a question of us having an early afternoon. There's no two ways about it, because I can clearly say, unlike when we had the West Indies under 19 tournament, there'll be no rain. You remember that day we had a very, very windy day? You remember that day? As Joseph in, Maloney carves that one out to the sweeper, that's deep cover. Gets another single, it's 53 without loss. SVG trying to get 104. They are now past the halfway stage. Yes, I remember that day we had a match here between Trinidad and I think it was Jamaica, the under 19. It reminded me very much of English conditions. Windy, cold.
Definitely. I think coming to the grounds this morning, I was very surprised not to see the usual wind, because we normally have a very stiff wind blowing across the field here, but none of that is present here today.
The trees, it's just still. It's not heated per se, or excessive heat, but just still outside the off stump, and when we cut this one down to a square couple point, and there is no one. 53 without loss. And certainly over the last, I would say the last month and a half, been extremely hot. People were crying out, and I believe the sellers of AC units would have had a good day, a good period of time in terms of sales. In he comes. Pope defends on the back foot, defends that one, no run, 53 without loss. Did you purchase any?
No, Mr. Hines, I don't think I'm in that high income group. But back to the cricket, in terms of the use of the seam options by the captain, comes as a bit of a surprise, as you mentioned. Not seeing more spin being introduced, having seen the way the Vincentian team went about their bowling effort. Even with the seamer in operation, not really an overly attacking field as well. So I'm really thinking to myself, where exactly is the captain looking to get a wicket from?
That one to Pope. Pope just steered that one past the bowler down to long on, and he gets another single. It's 55 now without loss. Well, the question is there, we are not too sure who the bowlers are, but I rather suspect that there are spinners in the team. It's a matter of whom to trust. That's my belief. I'm looking at the list, and
I think we're about to get your wish being granted, Gunny, with a spinner coming into the attack. I think it's going to be Tavernier, is it?
touch Tavernier.
Yes.
Tavernier? Tavernier?
Yes, I think it's Tavernier, number 11 on his back.
Our scorers.
He'll be bowling up to Pope with a very with a field spreaded far and wide. Bit of off spin. Maybe a bit of a part-time option, but you were calling for it, especially before lunch, a couple of minutes before lunch as well. Not a bad option by the captain, having seen that most of what he has thrown at the Vincentian openers haven't really prevailed so far. The shot again, he's pulling this one, a very good shot there from Pope. It's a shot he has attempted on a number of occasions in his innings, and on that occasion he would have perfected it and gets a boundary over short fine leg, and the score moves on to 58 without loss. His personal tally goes up to 27.
Well, it doesn't matter to him what time it is. The ball is there to be hit, and he is going to hit it. We are well aware of his mentality. Power hitting individual. But Lacey has really curbed his natural instinct in this innings. First time I'm seeing batting like this. He's curbed his natural instinct. As you said earlier, maybe he's on a mission to try and get back into the Windward Islands team.
Tavernier again is bowling to Pope and just stroking it up back the wicket.
And if he's trying to get back in the team, he has sent the right message to the selectors.
Well, the least he can do, Gunny, is just score runs. If you score runs, you put your name in the hat. And the only way you're going to score runs is by being in the wicket. You don't score runs in the pavilion.
That is absolutely true. So he's doing the right thing. He's curbed his natural aggression, so to speak. Every now and then we see the explosion from him.
I like how you use the term explosion. It's definitely an explosion when we see Gideon Pope hitting the cricket ball.
Yes, it is.
So 58 without loss. Dominica winning the toss earlier. Elected to bat first. They were skittered out for 103. A paltry effort really from them. And the Vincentian team in response going along smoothly. 58 without loss. In terms of looking at the response so far, Gunny, I can't really remember any sort of, being placed under any severe pressure by the Dominican bowlers. A couple of, as this one is walked away, down to square leg. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes, good running. Yes, I was saying they haven't really been in a great deal of trouble really, in terms of the bowlers putting them under any sort of pressure so far.
No, they've not really been on any real pressure. We found that Hodge was very, very steady, and he needed a bit of watching, and they did that successfully. But apart from him and Tyson, who else I thought really had a reasonable spell, created that doubt of uncertainty. Outside of that, nothing really to write home about. It's been easy sailing for Pope and Maloney.
Talking about sailing, Gunny, I think it's a very good sailing day, heading down to Bequia or any of these other Grenadine Islands.
I don't know if you've been to the Grenadine Islands. Beautiful, beautiful waters.
I think if this match finish quickly, we can make a journey down there. As Joseph continues, bowls to Maloney. Just coming forward and stroking it up the pitch.
Having been to Mustique 3 weeks ago, absolutely magnificent. It was a Mustique cricket final. It was absolutely
Yes,
gorgeous.
I was actually following that online.
Yeah, it was absolutely magnificent.
Done to you.
Thanks very much to all the folks over there at Mustique who really gave us great hospitality.
Joseph once again bowls to Maloney. He's driving this one uppishly. A valiant effort there from Pascal in the covers, but can't prevent a single. 61 without loss. Maloney moves up to 25. His batting partner on 29. So they have shared the responsibility of scoring amongst themselves.
Yes, they have definitely positioned St. Vincent whereby no hiccups, no early alarms, and have put the Dominican bowling attack to bed.
This one is walking off his hips again. Well played. Another single. So we're entering that phase where they're able to just walk the ball into the gaps. And this would frustrate the Dominican fielders, especially the captain.
Yes, the body language on the field seem to suggest that they have not totally given up, but they have given up. Maybe a wicket or two will buoy them again, but at the moment it seems flat.
That's Maloney again punching this one down the ground. Well played again. Pascal runs around. Not a single added to the total. 63 without loss. Need some sort of a magic spell from someone. Bit of inspiration from somewhere. The Dominican team. Where is it going to come from? That's a question Hodge will be replaying in his mind. As Joseph again is outside the off stump. A chance for run out. A bit of a mix up. But all's well that ends well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines as Maloney was able to get back into his crease. I think if there's one thing we can really point to though is the running between the wickets between the two. I think that's an area they definitely will have to improve on moving forward in the tournament and beyond.
And one should have, both of them should have taken a leaf out of the book of John Benjamin.
This one is cutting hard, not timing it as well as he would like, not finding the gap either. And the fielder there at point comes around and feels. Another over comes to an end. 3 runs coming from it. It's 63 without loss, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
This should be the last over before lunch, according to my watch. And even if it's not my watch, it can't be far off. Because it's just about 1:01. So I would strongly suspect this is the last one before lunch. The update from St. Lucia has Descartes gotten his 100?
Well, I will have to check and get back to you on that. We'll check one of our esteemed scorers.
Nice. Yes, Tavernier would continue and he'll be bowling to Maloney. 63 without loss, into over number 16, trying to get 104 for victory. Tavernier in, back goes Maloney and forces it out to long off, wide long off, and he goes up by another single and is now 64 without loss as Pope comes in to strike. I think this is the last one before lunch.
Yeah, it's just a further update as you requested. Going 274 for 7. So Descartes, he actually has his 100. We are in the 45th over as well. So that definitely looking like a total beyond 300 if Descartes stays there.
Outside the off stump and is cut away there by Pope out to deep cover. Another single. Total rolls on now to 65 without loss. 39 more runs for victory. And easy roller coaster win here for St. Vincent.
This one again is
Maloney and turns it away. Another single, 66 without loss.
So both batters here doing it easy here at the center playing field, just walking the ball into the gaps, taking the singles that are on offer. It's a spreaded field as well, surprisingly. We spoke about that earlier, about a long on, a long off, a deep extra cover, deep square leg, as Pope again is aiming somewhere in the region of that deep mid wicket, but not timing it as well as he would like. The score remains on 66 without loss. It's a good start for these opening batters. Good start to the tournament. Always important that the team gets off to a very good start as Pope again is punching this one out to deep cover for another single. He moves on to 32. Total 67 without loss. Not a lot happening out there by way of encouragement by the Dominican fielders. Understandably so as well. And I think that's actually lunch. So you called it Gunny. That was actually the last over before lunch. So we have had a very good session from a Vincentian perspective so far this morning. Having lost the toss, they were able to restrict the Dominican team to 103 all out. And in response, they are 67 without loss. Maloney, he's on 28. Pope, he's on 32. Definitely a good batting effort so far from the Vincentian pair. And they'll be hoping to wrap up the innings when we resume from lunch later on this afternoon.
Yes, a positive response there from the Vincentian opening pair, Maloney and Pope, and they have positioned St. Vincent to really wrap it up quite quickly after lunch. A matter of what, 37 more runs for victory with all wickets intact, some 34 overs, which will not be needed towards going for victory. So St. Vincent morning thus far up till lunch period in this game here at the Sion playing field as we close off until after lunch when we will resume.
this encounter between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines here in the Windward Islands Senior Men 50 over tournament. All year Dominica, they won the toss, elected to bat first. They were skittered out for 103, and St. Vincent in reply at lunch they were 67 without loss. So taking up proceedings here after lunch is the opener, Theophile. Yes, first delivery there struck down the ground by Gideon Pope for a single. So first runs after lunch. Score moves on to 68 without loss. So definitely cruise control here for the St. Vincent and Grenadines cricket team. Not a huge total on the board. Just need a further 36 runs to complete victory here in this first encounter. Get an update of the other score from Cumberland for you in a while. And St. Lucia team, they were going very well with Shadrach Descartes scoring 100 in that game as well. So we'll get the final score from you for you in a while, as we are seeing Maloney showing a bit of respect to Theophile. Score remains on 68 without loss. That's another delivery down the line of the leg stump. I think umpire Butler will signal wide. One more added to the total, 69 without loss. As we welcome back Gunny Hines. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Hines.
Good afternoon to you, Asnat.
Once again, Maloney coming forward and plays it up the pitch. So Maloney, he's there on 28. Pope, he's on 33. It's been a very productive partnership so far. Both openers looking reasonably comfortable against the bowling that has been put forward. They'll be just looking to take it home here for the Vincentian team. As Theophile, once again, a flighty delivery. And there was Maloney winding up really to hit that one somewhere in the region of over cover. But not making the type of contact he was looking for. Another dot ball. So 2 runs from this over so far. First over after lunch. As Maloney once again stroking this one down to long on for an easy single. So the first over completed after lunch. St. Vincent and the Grenadines responding to 103 made by Dominica. They are 70 without loss. Maloney, he's on 29. Pope is on 33.
Yeah, well, I believe, good afternoon to our viewers. I really believe that everybody would have enjoyed their lunch, including yourself. And we're just looking forward to the end of this game. It's a matter of 34 runs. Forget about the overs, 33 overs. It's a question of what time would St. Vincent ensure that they win this game.
So it's a matter of when, not if.
No, it's when.
It seems. As we're going to see a bowler from the old airport end. We'll get that bowler confirmed for you in a while.
So what's the eventual St. Lucia total? Any idea?
Seems Alexander, Sion Alexander. Seems to be another off spinner. So we're seeing quite a bit of off spinning options. Gunny coming in after lunch. We were calling for them before the lunch interval. So we saw Theophile starting proceedings from the floor end, and now we are seeing Alexander to pick up proceedings there from the old airport end. So here come Alexander, and there goes Maloney powering that one through the covers. It's a big part of the boundary on that side. Maybe not timing it as well as he would like as well. So 2 more runs added to the total. Score moves on to 72. So Vincentian batters here just doing it quite simple here after lunch. No sort of problems, no sort of tremors really. As this one is on the line of the leg stump, signal wide there by umpire Williams out of St. Lucia. He'll be smiling after hearing about his team's dominating performance there in Cumberland. Score for over 300. As Alexander again bowls and is cutting this one nicely there. Maloney should be able to get close to the boundary. Is it? outfield is definitely not the quickest here at the Sion playing field. I think they will have to run and they come back for a third. So it was a short delivery outside the off stump, and there went Maloney back on his back foot and cutting that one past the man there at backward point. He adds 3 more to his personal tally. 3 more is added to the Vincentian total. They're now 76 without loss. So there's a man there at slip for the left-hander, Gideon Pope, facing up to Alexander for the first time. The man at short square leg, deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, deep extra cover, as Pope goes back and pushes his one up the wicket. There's no run. So Pope looking to start again. It's been a very controlled effort from him so far. As this one is outside the off stump. Bit of turn as well, bit of bounce from Alexander. And Pope misses it. 76 without loss. We're into the 19th over. 50 over encounter. So the game really going into a bit of a lull because of the fact that the total is so small. And the start that has been made by the Vincentian player so far, as he's looking to sweep this one, and Pope not making any sort of connection. We'll wait the signal from the umpire. Yes, umpire Williams signals leg by, and the total moves on to 77 without loss. The crowd has built up steadily throughout the morning. Still not the type of crowds that you were alluding to earlier in terms of in the 70s playing in the Windward Island tournament.
Things has changed, and people have different interests today in life. In those days, there were no phones around. Television were very far and few between, and people had other interests today as against those days. Because St. Vincent playing Dominica, I remind you also in those days, half day was on Wednesdays and not Saturdays. You used to walk Wednesday up to midday, that's it. You walk up to Saturday and that's it. It was a different mindset that carried into life. And people enjoyed supporting the country in whatever, football, cricket, whatever. Not today. So many competing interests.
As we see Theophile comes in board to Pope, and he's hitting this one on his pad, a big appeal. And umpire Butler not obliging.
Well, we are really in no position to say what's happening. Most you can go is go by the decision. The umpire says not out. The most we can do.
As Theophile, I actually got the correction from one of his colleagues earlier. So Theophile it is. As we mentioned, the French influence in a lot of these names.
Yes, because there's sandwich between Dominica and Guadeloupe, and that Creole mix, that that mix is there, the French.
As he's hitting this one high, has he made the connection he's looking for? Not really, as that one falling short of the man there on the, is it Tyson? Yes. The man there on the long off boundary. So there was Pope looking to hit that one in the vicinity of Flo.
I think he was slow in moving off.
But it's a big boundary that side, Gunny.
Yes, the unfortunate thing with some of our players thinking, because the boundary that side is fairly big. He can easily come into 3/4 with that kind of a height, because there's very little space between him and the boundary, and be able to run in and take catches rather than be on the edge of the boundary, and the ball is falling short.
Theophile again, and there goes Maloney down the ground. Well played to him. Back to that conversation about the crowds, Gunny. To what extent do you think that has impacted on the quality of cricket that we are seeing in terms of, I know a lot of sportsmen will say they normally feed off the support from the crowd and that sort of thing. So what's your take on that?
Well, you're absolutely right with that, because once you see a crowd, especially the crowd that is supporting the home team, so to speak, it gives you that extra energy to go forward and perform better than you're performing, whether it's football, cricket, whatever. So that extra energy with a crowd support, although the crowd itself can be very critical, but at the same time, when you see a big crowd and you know they're supporting you, you will go the extra mile.
As this one is missing this one outside the off stump. So getting a bit loose there, Gideon Pope, as the over comes to an end, and at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're 79 without loss.
And cruising to victory here, to be honest with you, really cruising. I'm at 25 more runs to victory. And getting back to the crowds, I remember even the days Annisville, early Annisville, right when we were playing. You had people like Tyler, who's great beyond, Born to Lose, great beyond, Todd Andrews, Reds, a kind of a crowd that was there. And you had to perform because they were on your back. And they were supporting you, in those days when you went to play for the Windward Islands, Combined Islands, whatever. When you arrive at Annisville, E.T. Joshua, and you didn't win the match, you went for serious barracking.
So another over starts here from Alexander. We ball into Maloney.
You into serious barracking. When you win, they come and they hug you up. That's the kind of people that we deal with. So I believe crowds help in urging the local players on.
I also think that's not an issue that is unique to us here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're seeing that it's you throughout the Caribbean, really, even at the highest level. We're not seeing the type of support whenever we have West Indian games being played in most of these countries.
They're competing interests, eh?
Especially when it comes to test match cricket. Listening to Nasser Hussain and Michael Atherton a couple of weeks ago, they were saying back in the day, they felt like if the crowd was sucking you in when you come to some of these grounds in the West Indies. I mean, they've refurbished the grounds to some extent in terms of removing that factor where you had the crowd basically within touching distance. But definitely it's something that is worth speaking about even at this level, as we're seeing Maloney just walking this one down to final for 2 runs.
You see, the days of at Annisville, whereby there was a BRC fencing where the double-decker is today, from the southern end back to the same gate that is there. You had thousands of people converging. There was a wooden pavilion there, wooden. I'll get back to it after this.
This one, Maloney is forcing off the back foot, straight up to the man there at cover, no run.
The pavilion couldn't afford any large amount of persons, so they converged onto the wire. And they were right on your back, you're feeling that long on, long off, whatever. They were right in your ears, so to speak.
Maloney again going into his wicket and just walking this one down to final leg for easy 2 runs again. So just manipulating the field, playing with the field, as they would say. And the situation, really no pressure on the 2 batters. And the score moves on to 83 without loss.
So the players, you felt at home. Despite you may drop a catch or whatever, you felt at home because the same Vincentian supporters, spectators, were urging you on to do better than what you're doing. I always felt comfortable playing in front of a crowd. I know the negative, you're all human beings, mistakes are going to be made, but I always felt comfortable.
So, Dominica looking to get a breakthrough here. The second over after lunch. St. Vincent and Grenadines just cruising in cruise control. Alexander again bows to Maloney. He's swinging at this one, not really timing it as well as he would like. Should be able to come back for a second. So just doing it easy here, these batters, as we're seeing a signal for a no ball, which is like a cardinal sin really for a spinner. Shouldn't really be bowling a no ball. Running 2 paces. So it's a free hit to Maloney. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to that. It's 86 actually without loss. So you need a further 18 runs to wrap up things here at the Sion playing field.
When you always finish, I'll give you a reference to your area, Orange Hill. The sort of feeling, like a family. I'll let you know what's happening.
So it's a free hit here, Alexander, to Maloney, and he's swinging this one over deep square leg.
6 runs.
And 6 runs in the vicinity of where we just had our lunch is there, Gunny Hines. Yes. It was a free hit, it was a short delivery, and it basically begged for him to hit it, and he hit it over deep square leg for 6.
He did the correct thing with it. He begged till he swung over the ropes, and he did that quite nicely and comfortably, and a 6 there to Maloney. We know they have the explosiveness in them. And at the end of the over, it's what, 89 without loss. Remember in those days at
92.
89 without loss.
92 without loss, actually.
92. You had a situation whereby when they went to play, as in those days they call them, I show you how the terminology, goat matches. Now the ladies in those areas used to go and cook the food. And they had some long tables spread out with all the dasheen, yam, banana, plantain, you name it. Meat of all kinds. And they lay down on the table, just like as we are here. And at the end of it all, they will go and they will serve you and ask you, what you need, and you'll enjoy yourselves. There were some umpires in that area. If you struck certain place from that area and they pat, even the ball going to hit middle stump, they say not out. Because there's some guys under the trees there were saying, you can't get none of this thing here. And you know what I'm talking about? The sunset lights. You couldn't get any, so you couldn't afford to send somebody like you who live in that area. It's not out.
So it's the end of another
over. It was
over.
great fun, eh? It was great fun.
As Theophile continues from the flow end, bowling to Gideon Pope. As Pope is using his feet a bit quicker here this time from Theophile. So still showing a bit of fight. Theophile not just lying down and allowing both of these batters to dominate. He's bowled a good spell so far.
Yeah, so far so good.
But still not the type of returns that he himself or his captain would be
it's really
most pleased about.
Dominica now. It's a question of, like I said, time. Vincentian will chalk up an outright victory.
Theophile comes in again, bowls, and Pope is driving out to the man at cover. No score. But all that conversation was just geared towards the lack of support we are seeing at some of these games. Even at the local level, we're not seeing the supporters coming out in their numbers really to lend that type of support that maybe is needed to see improved performances from the team, as this one is hit down to long on for single. I know in the recently concluded VPL tournament, we have quite a bit of support, although it's not really maximum support that you might expect.
That's another question of entertainment, why they turned out. Because of the entertainment factor. The same thing happened with the CPL, the entertainment factor.
It'll be interesting to see. I know your man always in the news. We're going to get some matches in the T20 World Cup next year. It will be interesting to see the type of support that we will have coming out to those games in that T20 tournament.
I think it depends on the teams that will be scheduled to play here. Because there's a notion, what's the score now at the
it's
end
now
of
94.
94. You
without
keep
loss.
Updated with what's going on. 94 without loss off 21. But you see what's happening. There are 2 league games to be played. It depends on who is scheduled to play here. That's number 1. And number 2, you speak about the Super 8s. It depends on the team's placing as to, you might end up with Afghanistan playing Oman in a Super 8s. We're not sure. You might end up with West Indies playing India. We're not sure. So that Super 8 situation, you have to wait until the end of the preliminary rounds to know who will be playing the Super matches here. Because as you know, the A will play B, C will play D, E will play F. That's the kind of setup that the fixtures have. So in terms of that, it depends on who, because Afghanistan against Ireland will not attract any large crowd. People may go for the entertainment factor.
As we see Alexander into another over and Maloney.
Bearing in mind, it's around the carnival season, June. So it's a two-edged sword.
So 94 without loss here at the Sion playing field, sorry. This encounter between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica. As Maloney once again looking to be ultra aggressive, and he's out.
Yes, I heard a nick.
So
that is for sure.
Very disappointing there from Maloney. Maybe not totally pleased with the decision, but as we were saying, the umpire's decision is always final. So the breakthrough comes at last for the Dominican team. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're now 94 for 1. Maloney, he's gone for 48 from 65 deliveries, missing out on a half century there.
And certainly he should have tried to come out with a not out, a half century not out, rather than going for such an elaborate shot. But his shot selection, because he tried to just grind it around, walk it around, get singles, end up with 52 not out, rather than 48 and out. If the bowler, excellent delivery, fine, no problem. But it's one of these type of deliveries that he should be able to bat properly. And you know, maybe defend or get a single. But he's out. He had a good knock. This is the start of his sending a message to the selectors that I want to be included. As we tend to say, put your hands up on the country. So at least it's at the end of it all, it's a decent 48, and he's out, 94 for 1. Too little, too late.
So a consolation wicket there for the Dominican team, getting rid of the vice captain, Desron Maloney.
But incidentally, I have to correct you. What we will have to be corrected. The Dominican captain is Sion Benjamin.
Yes.
And he's the one who took the catch.
Hodge is actually the vice captain, so I think we apologize for viewers for that. As we see Romano Pair and the new batter, another diminutive type of player, similar to the wicketkeeper we alluded to earlier, Sion Benjamin. Both of them similar build and height, as we can see they're being shown there close up.
They look the same height.
It's Alexander with his tail up a bit after that wicket, and he's be bowling to Romano Pair. His delivery is outside the off stump, and he's leaving it to be taken by the wicketkeeper, the captain.
But at the end of it all, I'll urge Vincentians to turn up to the matches, irrespective of who will end up playing. It doesn't matter who.
Alexander again, and his player trying to reverse sweep. Surprisingly, so all in his innings. But all is well that ends well for him. Not making the type of connection he was looking for.
You see, the unfortunate thing, when we say what we see and what should have been done, we are deemed as being critical. Why play that shot at the stage of his innings with 8 runs needed for victory, 10 needed for victory?
This one is short of a length.
I show you I can the same sentiments. Why? But get a feel of it. 5 not out, 6 not out, rather than attempting to out yourself.
So 10 runs required for victory here from the Vincentian team. Dominican voices can be heard. Maybe a little bit too late, but at least they're cheering on their team, not going down without a fight. As another over comes to an end.
A maiden wicket. A very good over indeed. And Dominica took their first wicket. They're not going to go down by 10 wickets. At the moment, they're going down by 9. And who knows what will happen between now and 104. We're not too sure. But at least they have taken a wicket. So as I said, in terms of the matches to be played here, I would urge Vincentian to turn up irrespective of the two teams.
I think we could actually have some good crowds. I think people are actually yearning for international cricket to be played at the Annisway playing field once again. It's been a while since we've had that luxury. So the fact that cricket is actually returning to the Annisway playing field, I'm expecting.
2014 we played against Bangladesh here.
Yes, I'm expecting persons to go out, yes.
A long time.
As Theophile, once again, is flighting this one, and there goes Pope sweeping it out to the man there at deep square leg for a single. Brings Pair into strike. Pope moves on to 36. Score is up to 95 for 1. But the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, they're chasing 104 to
so St. Lucia ended up at 300 and how many? 300 and something for 7. We'll get the score for you in a little while. Go ahead, contrast to what is happening here.
This one again, he's a bit anxious here from Pierre. Trying to get off the mark. That's always very critical as a batsman.
You as a batsman would know that.
It's always at the back of your mind just to get off the mark. There's not a lot that could go right here for Pierre, but a lot can go wrong in terms of him losing his wicket. And once again, he's out. Yes, we were just speaking about that a while ago. Appeared to be nervous and anxious. And a delivery there from Theophile. A slow delivery, maybe a bit of tone. Wrapping Pierre on his back foot, and umpire Butler judging him to be LBW. So a second wicket goes down, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're now 95 for the loss of 2.
Yes, certainly he was jittery from the time he entered the crease. And there's no real surprise that he's lost his wicket. So, tough luck for the young man. He's back to Pavilion without troubling the scorers at 95 now for 2, and Captain Sunil Ambrose goes to the crease. 300 and, is that 340?
34.
334 for...
334 for 9, St. Lucia. So that's an update on the other game and being played there at the Cumberland playing field. They scored 150 not out.
What?
So well done there to the young man.
Wow, 150 not out. That's a lot of runs. 334 for 9. That's St. Lucia versus Grenada at Cumberland. And the new man in will be the skipper himself, Sunil Ambrose, at 95 for 2. And the question is just relax thyself and 10 runs, get home to victory.
So 9 runs required for victory here at the Sion playing field. Remember, we're bringing you action from the Windward Island Senior Men's 50 over tournament, being held here in the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. First round of matches. We also have fixtures for tomorrow, Friday, and of course the grand final on Sunday. So we get those matches slated for tomorrow for you in a while, as we are seeing Theophile to bowl to Captain Ambrose. He's a long way forward and plays it up to the man there at cover. There's the run. So a bit of energy being injected into the Dominicans at this point in time. They'll be buoyed by those 2 wickets that they picked up in successive overs there. A full toss, and Ambrose is punching this one over long off. Not timing it as well as he would have liked, or maybe the placement, not getting the placement right on that occasion. The man there, Tyson, on the long on boundary coming around and cutting that one off, limiting the batter to a single. So Ambrose is off the mark, and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, they're up to 96 for the loss of 2, chasing 104.
Yes, a matter of what, 8 more runs for victory, 8 wickets, and a little bit of a stutter after lunch, having lost 2 wickets. And Dominica will be happy in the sense whereby rather than going down by 10 wickets, they have gotten 2, so they'll be going down by 8 at this particular point in time. We do not know what's going to happen between now and the 104. I'm certain that they'll be hoping to pick another wicket or 2, not realizing that they will not be able. And St. Vincent should not be able to allow them to get back into this game period. It's a question of time.
So it's Alexander once again, they bowl into Ambrose, well fielded there. So a bit of late energy, as we would say, coming into the Dominican fielding effort. Still would like to see maybe one of those 2 boundary riders coming in a bit. So put a bit more pressure on the batsmen. As Ambrose is walking this one easily down to long on for a single. He'll take a single there any day of the week. Moves on to 2. And score moves on to 97 for the loss of 2. Brings Pope on strike. So 7 runs required for victory here for the Vincentian team, as Pope again is sweeping this one nicely. No one is in that vicinity. Should be able to get close to the boundary. I think they can actually run 4 here if they are very quick in their approach. I don't think Pope was ever going to make it for 4, so 3 runs there added to the total. And
That's the 100?
total is up to 100, yes.
$100 for 2. 100 for 2. 100 for 2 St. Vincent and Grenadines, as this next delivery for our defensive goes Sunil Ambrose out to shortish mid on, and there's no run. 100 for the loss of 2. Men out, Maloney for 48, and Pierre without troubling the scorers, as we see this next delivery. Ambrose is forward defensive. No addition to the total. Dominica still looking to get another wicket or 2. But being denied by Ambrose and Pope. In he comes, he delivers. Forward defensive again. Keeping that line on that middle stump line and forcing Ambrose to defend. End of over number 24. It's 100 for the loss of 2.
Yes, fixtures for tomorrow, the 27th of September. We have SVG versus St. Lucia right here at the Sion playing field again. And we have Grenada versus Dominica down at Cumberland. On Friday, we have SVG versus Grenada at Sion Hill. while Dominica they will take on St. Lucia at the Cumberland playing field. And the finals, of course, slated for here at the Sion playing field on Sunday, along with the third place at the Cumberland playing field. So a rather short tournament, but I'm sure most of these guys will be looking to put their hand up and try and be counted in terms of their performances.
So you had those fixtures scheduled for tomorrow. I'll be going to Cumberland tomorrow, so I'll be down in that game between Grenada and Dominica.
As Theophile once again, short of a length, and back goes Pope.
I think the Dominicans done well after lunch, you know. To be honest with you, they have tightened things up tremendously. They've gotten 2 wickets. 60. Yep, this is the 9th over, and certainly they must be feeling much better. It's good before lunch when the St. Vincent Grenadiers was 67 without loss.
It's good to see a bit of fighting spirit from them. They haven't really just sat down and allowed the Vincentians to walk or run to this total, really. They made them work hard, especially after lunch, as you mentioned, bowling a lot of dot balls and making it easy for the 2 batters out there. And along the way, they've been able to get 2 wickets. So it's an improved effort. It's something for them to look back on as a positive. But overall, it's not been a day of positives for the Dominican team.
What would have been of interest, you know, if Dominica had gotten to 160? It would have been a real interest here, you know. The way things are going at the moment after lunch, because they seem to have picked themselves up.
As Pope once again is sweeping at this one, out to the man here at deep mid-wicket for a single.
That's his 50.
Score moves up to 101 for the loss of 2. Pope is up to 40.
40.
I think the good thing from a Vincentian point of view is that Pope has managed to spend a lot of time at the crease. He has actually faced 77 deliveries. As his wonderful shot over long off by Sonny Lambris. All his class and talent coming to the fore there. A lovely shot over long off for 6. Perhaps the shot of the day so far.
Yes, certainly. A very good shot indeed. I think Gidron Pope said 6. The first one, really and truly, that was the shot of the day. This one was recognized as nothing to lose. I'll go and try and finish this game as quickly as possible. So it's congratulations to St. Vincent and Grenadiers having won this first game here at the Windward Islands 50 over tournament. The other game is being played at Cumberland. Still a long way to go. But this one is finished and finished just around about 8-9 minutes after 2. A bit early, a bit premature. But be that as it may, St. Vincent Grenadiers proved to be the better team on this given day.
Yes, definitely. For the majority of today's proceedings, St. Vincent and the Grenadiers, they have been in the driver's seat. They've managed to execute their plans, both in their bowling and their batting, very well, and hence coming out victorious here in this first encounter. They'll be pleased with their bowling effort. Their big bowlers really stepped up in the form of Demba, showing all his skills, his experience, his guile, to pick up a 5-wicket haul this morning as well. They were reasonably efficient in the field. They dropped a couple of catches. Maybe that's an area they need to improve on. But overall, it must be said that it's been a very dominating performance from the Vincentian team.
Yes, definitely been a dominating performance, and they won quite convincingly in the end, having lost 2 wickets after lunch. But be that as it may, we're really and truly well on top in the game. They've been on top from ball 1. As the Dominicans, as I said earlier in my comments, they played some injudicious shots. They paid the price. One individual stood out was John Benjamin. He stood out with his application, running between the wickets. He never got the needed support to try and put post.
The captain as well.
Yeah, the skipper, rather than post. A good total that would give me Vincentian something to think about. Initially I was thinking 200, but they didn't apply themselves properly. I brought it down to 120. They still didn't reach there. So in all honesty, St. Vincent Grenadiers bowlers bowl well, aided and abetted by some injudicious shots. That's part of cricket. You have to concentrate. And you had a measured approach from the Vincentian opening batsmen in Maloney and Pope. And they got St. Vincent Grenadiers to a comfortable victory.
Yes, indeed. So 1-0 up for the Vincentian team. I'm sure their plans will be to actually win this tournament. Remember last year they played the final against Grenada, and it was actually a rained out encounter in the end, and Grenada went on to win the tournament. So they'll be looking back at that and saying they want to go one better this time around by winning this tournament, and it's a good start for them to make. They actually made a statement in terms of this performance, and they'll be hoping that they could just brush up on a couple of areas which we pointed out all year, and hopefully that could put them in good stead as they move forward in this tournament.
I think that you will have some fun here between St. Vincent and St. Lucia come tomorrow, because St. Lucia will be coming off a big total. We haven't won the game as yet, but a big total as against St. Vincent with a comprehensive victory. So it should be a bit of a tussle later tomorrow, and you will be here to follow the proceedings. I'll be at Cumberland in terms of Grenada, Dominica. So I believe you will have some more fun tomorrow.
Yes, definitely, but I think the positive for St. Vincent is that they would have played the first game here, so they will be more used to the conditions here. Coming from Cumberland to playing here at Sion, it's going to be a matter of how well can the St. Lucia team adapt to the changing conditions here.
Yes, I agree with that. Definitely agree with that. And then St. Vincent will come back here on Friday, where they'll be playing Grenada. So it's one of these situations I've been hearing this bandied about why St. Vincent playing all the matches here. The thing about it is, once you have 4 teams and only 2 grounds, somebody has to play all their matches on one ground. It doesn't matter, because once you go to Grenada, it's been happening from time immemorial. You go to Grenada, you're playing at Tantine and Queen's Park. Grenada played all the games at Queen's Park. You go to Dominica, the games are being played at Portsmouth and Windsor Park. In those days, it was the Gardens and Windsor Park. Dominica tend to play all the games at the Gardens, because the Gardens is a more conducive ground. You go to St. Lucia, you have Mindufele Park or Darren Sammy. So it's a non-argument, and for persons who are unaware, 4 teams, 2 grounds, one of the teams must play all their matches on one ground. One of the teams. If you have a third ground, it's something different. So the thing with it is just a question if you're going to have an advantage. Obviously, home advantage must count.
Okay, and so here at the Sion playing field is first encounter in the Windward Islands Senior Men's 50 over tournament. Dominica, they won the toss this morning. They made 103. And St. Vincent in reply, they made 107 for the loss of 2. So they get to win this one by 8 wickets. So thank you very much for joining us for coverage here from the Sion playing field. As Mr. Hines alluded to earlier, we'll be bringing coverage for you from here tomorrow with the St. Vincent from 9:30, St. Vincent and the Grenadians versus St. Lucia. While at the Cumberland playing field is where you can catch up with Mr. Gunny Hines and his friends down there. It will be Dominica versus Grenada. So until then, have a good afternoon.